Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Let's start the story with a journey deep beneath the streets of London, where hidden from Muggle eyes lies the heart of wizarding governance in Britain. Imagine descending in an old, rattling telephone box, watching as the ordinary world of London slips away above you. The numbers on the dial spin downward, and suddenly you emerge into a vast, magnificent hall, the Atrium of the Ministry of Magic. This cavernous space stretches before you, longer than a Quidditch pitch, with its peacock blue ceiling inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that continuously move and change, like an astronomical display of arcane significance. The atrium serves as more than merely an entrance. It embodies the values, history, and sometimes the corruption of wizarding Britain's government. During peaceful times, witches and wizards in work robes of various colors stream through, their footsteps echoing on the polished dark wood floor. Ministry workers hurry to their departments. Interdepartmental memos flutter overhead like pale purple paper airplanes, and the soft pops of apparition punctuate the ambient hum of magical governance. At the center of the atrium, during the years before the Second Wizarding War, stood the Fountain of Magical Brethren. Water sparkled and danced from the golden statues of a noble wizard, a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf, the latter three gazing adoringly at the humans. This fountain, while ostensibly celebrating magical unity, revealed much about the ministry's perspective on magical beings. The implicit hierarchy, with wizardkind elevated above other magical creatures, spoke volumes about the subtle prejudices woven into wizarding governance. Gold coins glimmered at the bottom of the fountain's pool, thrown there by witches and wizards making wishes or donations to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. The soft plinking of coins, joining their fellows, created a gentle melody that accompanied visitors as they made their way toward the golden gates at the far end of the hall. Security at the atrium evolved over time, reflecting the political climate of the wizarding world. During peaceful years, a single security wizard might sit at a small desk, weighing wands and recording visitors with minimal scrutiny. But as darkness encroached during Voldemort's return, security tightened significantly. Probity probes scanned for concealment charms and hidden magical objects, while dark detectors became increasingly common. The walls of the atrium, lined with gilded fireplaces, emerald flames flashing as witches and wizards arrive through the flue network on the left, departures occurring on the right, create a symmetrical choreography of magical transportation. The soft whooshing sound of the flames provides a constant ambient backdrop, punctuated by the clacking of boots and shoes against the polished floor. Throughout its history, the atrium has witnessed momentous events in wizarding history. It was here that Albus Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort engaged in their legendary duel, magic of extraordinary power reverberating through the hall, shattering the Fountain of Magical Brethren. Golden fragments of the once proud statues scattered across the floor like fallen stars, water flooding the polished wood as two of history's most powerful wizards demonstrated the true heights of magical ability. During Voldemort's shadow control of the ministry, the atrium underwent a sinister transformation. The Fountain of Magical Brethren was replaced by the Magic as Might monument, a massive black stone statue depicting a witch and wizard seated upon ornately carved thrones made from the contorted bodies of naked muggles. This grim edifice cast long shadows across the once bright hall, a physical manifestation of the darkness that had infiltrated the ministry's corridors of power. The ceiling's enchantment, once a brilliant blue, dimmed to stormy indigo during this period. Ministry workers no longer chatted as they crossed the hall, instead keeping their eyes downcast, moving quickly to their destinations. The atmosphere of fear was palpable, hanging in the air like a heavy mist as Yaxley, Travers, and other Death Eaters stalked among the ordinary workers. The atrium serves not just as an architectural space, but as a barometer for the health of magical society. When magical government functions as it should, the atrium hums with purposeful activity, light streams through enchanted windows, and the magical community moves freely through its spaces. In times of corruption or darkness, those same spaces become oppressive, surveillant, and threatening. Beneath the main floor, a smaller reception area houses the security desk, where visitors' wands are registered. The desk itself is crafted from the same dark wood as the atrium floor, polished to a high shine that reflects the golden symbols from the ceiling above. Behind this desk hangs a large board, displaying the ministry's current security level, adjusted as threats to the wizarding world rise and fall. Listen closely as you walk through the atrium, and you might hear the whispers of history, the heated debates during the formation of the International Statute of Secrecy, the hurried footsteps of aurors rushing to counter Death Eater attacks, the solemn processions honoring those lost in wizarding conflicts. The architectural style of the atrium reflects the age of the ministry's founding, with elements reminiscent of Victorian grandeur, combined with distinctly magical flourishes. Ornate cornices transformed subtly into magical creatures upon closer inspection. What appear at first glance to be conventional pillars reveal themselves as stacks of ancient spellbooks when observed carefully. Even the floor's wood grain occasionally shifts to form momentary patterns representing significant events in wizarding history. During ministerial elections or major announcements, the atrium transforms into a forum for public address. Magical amplification carries the minister's voice to every corner, while enchanted banners display key messages for the assembled crowd. The acoustics of the space are themselves magical, ensuring perfect clarity regardless of where one stands. For many young witches and wizards, their first visit to the ministry atrium marks a significant moment, perhaps accompanying a parent to work, arriving for a job interview, or, in less fortunate circumstances, attending a disciplinary hearing. The overwhelming scale and magical grandeur leave lasting impressions, whether of wonder or intimidation. The atrium also houses small but significant features that enhance ministry function. Public owl posts are available for urgent communications, while a small news kiosk offers the daily prophet and official ministry publications. A discreet door near the security desk leads to the Department of Magical Transportation's Apparition Test Center, where nervous young witches and wizards arrive to take their apparition license examinations. After the Second Wizarding War, under Minister Shacklebolt's leadership, the atrium underwent another transformation. The oppressive Magic is Might monument was dismantled, and in its place arose a memorial to those who fought against Voldemort's regime. Names inscribed in magical light hover above a fountain whose waters shift through the colors of the Hogwarts houses, symbolizing how unity across magical traditions proved essential to overcoming darkness. As the light from the enchanted windows begins to fade, signaling the ministry's closing hours, a gentle chime echoes through the atrium. The crowds thin, the emerald flames of the departure fireplaces flare with increasing frequency, and gradually, this grand space grows quiet. The night security wizards take their positions, and the atrium's enchanted ceiling darkens to reveal twinkling stars that mirror the London sky far above. In this peaceful nighttime state, with most offices empty, the true majesty of the space becomes most apparent. A testament to wizarding achievement, governance, and the complex history of magical Britain, as you stand in the near-empty atrium, watching the golden symbols drift lazily across the ceiling. What secret histories might you uncover if the walls could speak? Which moments of courage, corruption, or transformation would echo most clearly through this grand hall that has witnessed centuries of magical governance. Chapter 2. The Function of a Faux Glass. Shadows often reveal what light attempts to conceal. In the wizarding world, where dangers may lurk behind friendly faces, certain magical objects serve as silent sentinels against those who would do us harm. Tonight, as the enchanted candles cast their gentle glow upon our walls, let us explore one of the most intriguing magical devices created for protection, the mysterious and revealing faux glass. The faux glass belongs to a category of magical objects known as dark detectors, specialized instruments designed to reveal the presence of dark magic or those with harmful intentions. Unlike its relatives, the secrecy sensor, which detects concealment and lies, or the sneakoscope, which spins and whistles at signs of untrustworthiness, the faux glass serves a more specific and perhaps more chilling purpose. It shows the viewer the faces of their enemies. Imagine standing before this smoky mirror, its surface swirling with shadowy mist. At first glance, it appears to be merely clouded glass, perhaps even broken or malfunctioning. But this seemingly unremarkable object harbors powerful magic designed to reveal those who pose the greatest threat to its owner. The earliest documented faux glass dates back to the 15th century, created by the paranoid but brilliant wizard Gundolphus Graves. Living in an era of political intrigue and magical conflict, Graves sought a way to identify those plotting against him before they could strike. After years of combining divination techniques with elements of scrying and enchanted glasswork, he produced the first functional faux glass. Legend holds that within hours of completing his creation, Graves saw the face of his apprentice materializing in the glass moments before the young man attempted to steal his master's grimoire of spells. The creation of a faux glass requires exceptional magical skill. The glass itself must be forged at the precise moment when Mars and Mercury align, cooled in a solution of dittany and powdered silver, and enchanted through a complex series of spells performed over 13 consecutive nights. The final enchantment binds the glass to its owner, allowing it to identify specifically those who threaten that individual. What makes the faux glass particularly valuable is its graduated warning system. When enemies are distant or their plans still forming, their faces appear as nothing more than smoky shadows, indistinct and hazy. As they draw nearer, physically or in their intentions to harm, their images become clearer, more substantial within the glass. When you can see the whites of their eyes, as the saying goes among aurors, they have arrived in your immediate vicinity. A final warning before confrontation becomes inevitable. Alastair Mad-Eye Moody, the legendary auror, possessed one of the most active faux glasses ever documented. Those who visited his home reported seeing constant movement within the glass, shadows shifting and changing as various dark wizards and potential threats moved through the world beyond. Moody's famous saying, "Constant vigilance," echoed his reliance on magical objects like the faux glass. Indeed, it was his failure to check this trusty detector that contributed to his capture by Barty Crouch Jr., a bitter irony for a wizard so dedicated to preparedness. The magic of the faux glass operates on principles similar to those behind the enchanted mirror of Erisade, though with opposite intent. Where the mirror of Erisade reveals one's deepest desires, the faux glass exposes one's greatest threats. Both magical mirrors reflect not physical reality, but something more profound, the invisible connections between people, whether of longing or enmity. Interestingly, the faux glass does not rely on the owner's knowledge of their enemies, a person completely unknown to you, who nevertheless harbors ill intent, will still materialize within the glass. This makes it particularly valuable for detecting betrayal from unexpected quarters or identifying threats one never anticipated. Many a witch or wizard has been surprised to see a colleague, neighbor, or even family member appearing in the misty surface. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement maintains several exceptionally powerful faux glasses in their headquarters. These specially enhanced versions can be temporarily attuned to different aurors as they undertake dangerous missions. During the First Wizarding War, The department's main faux glass was said to be constantly filled with the shadowy faces of known Death Eaters, with Voldemort's snake-like visage occasionally drifting in and out of focus as he directed his followers from afar. There are limitations to the faux glass's power, however. It cannot identify the specific nature of the threat posed, nor can it reveal when or how an enemy might strike. A face appearing in the glass might belong to someone planning immediate violence, or merely someone who harbors a long-term grudge with no immediate plans for action. Learning to interpret these distinctions requires experience and careful observation of patterns within the glass. Some skilled dark wizards have developed methods to confound faux glasses. Particularly powerful occlumens can sometimes shield their intentions enough to appear less clearly than they should, giving the owner a false sense of security about their proximity. There are also rare accounts of enchantments that can temporarily misdirect the glass's focus, though such spells are complex and difficult to maintain for long periods. The ethical implications of the faux glass have been debated among wizarding philosophers. Does constantly observing one's enemies create a cycle of suspicion and preemptive action that ultimately generates more conflict? Some notable wizards, including Albus Dumbledore, have expressed concerns about over-reliance on such devices. Dumbledore himself was known to say that while dark detectors have their place, true security comes from understanding why people become enemies in the first place. Caring for a faux glass requires specific precautions. The glass must never be exposed to direct moonlight during a full moon, as this can temporarily blank its surface. It should be cleaned only with essence of myrtlap diluted in spring water collected during a waning moon. Every 7th year, the glass must be reset through a ritual involving burnt sage and a drop of the owner's blood to maintain its connection and accuracy. There exists a rare variation known as a friend glass, which operates on the opposite principle, showing the faces of those most loyal to the owner. These uncommon artifacts are prized by those who value trust above all else, though they are far rarer than their counterparts. The magic required to enchant a friend glass is said to be even more complex, as identifying genuine loyalty is magically more difficult than detecting enmity. During particularly troubled times in wizarding history, faux glasses have become highly sought after, with prices in places like Borgin and Berks reaching astronomical sums. After Voldemort's return was officially acknowledged by the Ministry, demand grew so high that several unscrupulous merchants began selling fake faux glasses, ordinary mirrors enchanted with simple animation charms to show random shadowy figures, providing a false sense of security to the desperate and fearful. The connection between owner and glass is deeply personal. Just as a wand bonds with its wizard, a faux glass attunes itself to its owner's specific magical signature. When a witch or wizard dies, their faux glass typically clouds over permanently, its enchantment broken. There are, however, rare instances where particularly powerful wizards have created faux glasses that continue functioning after their death, protecting their legacies or loved ones. As night deepens around us and shadows lengthen across the wall, consider the faux glass as a metaphor for our own intuition, that internal sense that warns us of approaching danger, that prickle on the back of the neck when something isn't quite right. Like the glass, our instincts often begin with vague impressions before clarity emerges. If you possessed a faux glass of your own, what shadows might you glimpse moving within its depths? And would knowing your true enemies change how you move through both the magical and mundane worlds? Chapter 3. The History of the Deathly Hallows. The quietest legends often carry the greatest power. As twilight settles around us, and the embers glow softly in the hearth, let us turn our attention to 3 remarkable objects that have shaped the course of wizarding history from the shadows. Objects so powerful that most dismiss them as mere fairy tales. Tonight, we explore the mysterious and compelling history of the Deathly Hallows. Long before they became symbols etched into the pages of children's stories, the Deathly Hallows were crafted in a twilight encounter beside a rushing river. 3 brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignatus Peverell, accomplished wand makers and magical innovators of extraordinary talent, traveled together along a lonely, winding road as darkness fell. They came upon a treacherous river where many travelers had drowned attempting to cross its violent waters. The brothers, being skilled wizards, simply produced their wands and conjured a bridge to safely span the deadly currents. As they crossed this magical creation, a hooded figure blocked their path. Death himself, angered that these three travelers had cheated him of new victims. Death, being cunning, concealed his fury and instead congratulated the brothers on their magical prowess, offering each a prize for having evaded his grasp. The eldest brother, Antioch, combative and arrogant by nature, requested a wand more powerful than any in existence, a wand worthy of a wizard who had conquered death. Death fashioned a wand from the branch of an elder tree growing on the riverbank, a branch that had never borne fruit or flower, infusing it with powers beyond those of any wand crafted before. Thus was born the Elder Wand, sometimes called the Death Stick or Wand of Destiny, a wand that could never lose in a duel, unbeatable in the hands of its true master. The second brother, Cadmus, haunted by the loss of the woman he had once hoped to marry, asked for the power to recall others from death. Taking a stone from the riverbank, Death enchanted it with the power to bring back the deceased from the shadowy realm beyond the veil. The resurrection stone was created, capable of summoning the departed from their peaceful rest, though they would return as mere shadows of themselves, unable to truly rejoin the world of the living. The youngest brother, Ignotus, humble and wise beyond his years, distrusted Death's apparent generosity. He requested something that would allow him to leave without being followed by Death. Reluctantly, Death cut a piece from his own cloak of invisibility and handed it to Ignotus. Unlike ordinary invisibility cloaks that fade or tear with time, this perfect cloak would provide true and permanent invisibility to its wearer. These three objects, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility, comprise what would later be known as the Deathly Hallows. When united, according to legend, they would make their possessor the master of death, not immortal, as many have mistakenly believed, but one who accepts mortality, who understands that death is not to be feared or fled from, but acknowledged as part of the natural order. The true power of the Hallows lies not in conquering death, but in making peace with its inevitability. After receiving their gifts, the brothers parted ways, each carrying their powerful new possession into the wider wizarding world. Their subsequent fates would serve as cautionary tales about the dangers of challenging death and the allure of objects of immense power. Antioch traveled to a distant village where he defeated a wizard with whom he had once quarreled, using the Elder Wand's immense power. That night, he boasted loudly in a local inn about his invincible wand, about how he had wrenched it from death himself, and how it made him unbeatable in battle. While he slept, another wizard crept into his room, slit his throat, and stole the wand. Thus, Death claimed the first brother. The deadly pattern had begun. The Elder Wand, throughout its long and bloody history, passed from hand to hand through murder and betrayal. Its trail of ownership reads like a chronicle of wizarding history's most violent chapters. Emeric the Evil, Egbert the Egregious, Dodalot, Hereward, Barnabas Deverell, Loxias, all possessed the wand briefly before meeting their ends through treachery or battle. The wand seemed to carry a curse of violent death for its owners, leading many to believe that Death himself ensured none could long enjoy the gift meant to trick him. Mikhail Gregorovich, the renowned wandmaker, possessed the Elder Wand for a time, foolishly spreading rumors about his research on this most powerful of wands to enhance his reputation. Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard who terrorized Europe before Voldemort's rise, stole the wand from Gregorovich's workshop, stunning the wandmaker as he descended upon him from the window like a bird of prey. In perhaps the most famous duel in modern wizarding history, Albus Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in 1945, claiming mastery of the Elder Wand. Unlike his predecessors, Dumbledore kept its identity secret, using it for decades without broadcasting its significance. He intended to die as its master, breaking its bloody chain of ownership. However, Draco Malfoy's disarming of Dumbledore and Harry Potter's subsequent disarming of Draco carried the wand's allegiance to Harry, though the wand itself passed briefly into Voldemort's possession, a fatal misunderstanding of wand lore that would contribute to the Dark Lord's final defeat. Cadmus Peverell's fate was no less tragic than his brother's. Using the Resurrection Stone, he twisted the ring upon his finger 3 times and summoned the image of his lost love from beyond death. But she was separated from him, as if by a veil, belonging still to the realm of the dead. Though she was there with him, she was fundamentally absent, cold and distant, suffering at being recalled to the mortal world, driven mad with hopeless longing for what could never truly be recovered. Cadmus took his own life to truly join her. Death claimed the second brother. The Resurrection Stone disappeared from wizarding knowledge for centuries, eventually being set into a ring that became a family heirloom of the Gaunt family, descendants of Cadmus himself, though they remained ignorant of its true significance. Tom Riddle stole this ring after murdering his father and grandparents, later transforming it into a Horcrux, unaware of the stone's true power. Years later, Dumbledore discovered and destroyed the ring, though not before being tempted to use the stone himself, a moment of weakness that led to his hand being cursed. Before his arranged death, Dumbledore hid the stone inside a specially enchanted snitch, bequeathed to Harry Potter, who used it for comfort as he walked to what he believed would be his death in the Forbidden Forest. Only Ignatius Peverell, the youngest and wisest brother, escaped death for many years. Hidden beneath the perfect cloak of invisibility, death could not find him. Ignatius lived a long and fulfilled life, and, when he had reached a great age, he passed the cloak to his son and greeted death as an old friend, departing the world as equals. The cloak remained in the Peverell family, eventually passing to the Potter line when Aelon the Peverell married Hardwin Potter. Unlike the other Hallows, the cloak's provenance remained relatively peaceful, handed down from parent to child, until it reached James Potter, who used it for youthful adventures at Hogwarts. After James and Lily Potter's murder, Albus Dumbledore borrowed the cloak for examination, suspecting its true nature, before returning it to Harry Potter as an anonymous Christmas gift during his first year at Hogwarts. Throughout wizarding history, few have recognized the significance of these 3 objects as a connected set. The symbol of the Hallows, a vertical line representing the Elder Wand, enclosed within a circle for the Resurrection Stone, both contained within a triangle symbolizing the Cloak of Invisibility, became associated primarily with Gellert Grindelwald's reign of terror, as he adopted it as his personal emblem. Many wizards, especially those who suffered under Grindelwald's ideology, came to view the symbol with fear and disgust, forgetting its original meaning. Only certain wizarding families and dedicated researchers kept alive the true legend of the Hallows. Xenophilius Lovegood wore the symbol openly, despite public disapproval. The Dumbledore family, particularly young Albus and his friend Grindelwald, became obsessed with uniting the Hallows during their brief and ultimately tragic friendship. For many others, the Hallows remained characters in a children's bedtime story, the tale of the 3 brothers, collected in the Tales of Beedle the Bard. The irony of the Hallows' history is that Harry Potter, a descendant of Ignatius Peverell, ultimately united all 3 Hallows, though not simultaneously, without seeking to do so. He inherited the cloak, was gifted the stone, and won the allegiance of the wand through the complex laws of wand lore. Yet Harry's relationship with the Hallows reflected Ignatius's wisdom, rather than the folly of his brothers. Harry used the cloak for protection, employed the stone only in his most desperate hour for comfort, rather than to truly revive the dead, and ultimately rejected the power of the Elder Wand, breaking its bloody history. The quest for the Hallows reveals much about wizardkind's complex relationship with mortality. Those who sought the Hallows to conquer death, like Grindelwald and Voldemort, found only destruction. Those who accepted death as Ignatius did, and as Harry Potter eventually would, found peace. The true master of death is not one who conquers the inevitable, but one who greets it when the time comes, as an old friend, As our candle burns low and shadows lengthen across the ancient tomes surrounding us, consider the deathly Hallows not merely as powerful magical objects, but as representations of humanity's eternal struggle with mortality. If the Hallows were not merely legend but reality in your hands, which would you choose, power, resurrection, or concealment? And what might that choice reveal about your innermost nature? Chapter 4. The Research of Pandora. Lovegood. Curiosity illuminates paths others fear to tread. In the quiet corners of the wizarding world, where conventional magic meets unexplored possibility, some witches and wizards devote their lives to expanding the boundaries of what we believe possible. Tonight, as moonlight filters through our window, casting silver patterns across ancient tomes, let us explore the brilliant mind and tragic fate of one such magical researcher, Pandora Lovegood. The end. Name Lovegood would later become associated with the Quibbler magazine and its eccentric publisher Felix, but before that publication gained its reputation for unusual theories and unexpected perspectives, Pandora Lovegood was establishing herself as one of the most innovative magical researchers of her generation. Born Pandora Fawley in the early 1950s, she descended from one of the sacred 28 pureblood families, though the Fawleys were known more for their intellectual pursuits than blood supremacy. From her earliest days at Hogwarts, where she was sorted into Ravenclaw House, Pandora demonstrated an exceptional gift for experimental charm work. Her professors noted her unusual approach to magical theory, while other students focused on mastering established spells. Young Pandora was already questioning the fundamental principles behind them, often annotating her textbooks with alternative incantations and wand movements. After graduating with top marks in charms, transfiguration, and ancient runes, Pandora briefly joined the Department of Mysteries as an unspeakable. However, the secrecy requirements of that position conflicted with her desire to publish and share magical discoveries. After 2 years, she left the ministry to pursue independent research, supported by a small inheritance and occasional commissions to create specialized charms for wealthy patrons. It was during this period that she met Felix Lovegood, then a junior reporter for the Wizarding Wireless, who interviewed her about a paper she had published on the theoretical link between emotional states and charm potency. Their shared curiosity about magical phenomena, considered too unusual for mainstream study, drew them together, and they married within a year of their first meeting. The couple established their distinctive tower-like home in Ottery St. Catchpole, with the top floor specifically designed as Pandora's experimental chamber. The cylindrical room featured windows oriented to the cardinal directions, specially clear-coated to allow magical energies to flow unimpeded, while the ceiling was enchanted similar to the Great Hall at Hogwarts, though calibrated to show not just the weather, but subtle magical currents in the atmosphere that most wizards never perceive. Pandora's research covered an extraordinary range of magical disciplines, but her primary focus became what she termed perceptual enhancement charms, spells designed to reveal aspects of reality normally invisible to human senses. While conventional magic already offered some such capabilities, revealing charms, detecting spells, and various magical devices like faux glasses or sneakoscopes, Pandora theorized that these represented only the most basic applications of a much broader magical principle. Her journals, portions of which were published posthumously in obscure magical research periodicals, detail her methodical exploration of the boundaries between seen and unseen. She developed modifications to the human revealing charm that could, under specific conditions, make visible creatures existing partially in other dimensions, the foundational work that likely inspired her husband's later interest in crumple-horned snorkaks and similar beings. One of Pandora's most significant contributions to magical theory was her work on what she called intention-reactive enchantments. Conventional enchanted objects respond to specific triggers, a password, a touch, or proximity. Pandora pioneered charms that could respond to the mental and emotional state of the user, adapting their function accordingly. An early success was a self-adjusting lantern that would brighten or dim not based on spoken commands, but on the user's need for light as mentally projected. While this might seem a minor convenience, the theoretical implications were profound. Pandora's work suggested that magic itself possessed a form of intuitive awareness, capable of interpreting and responding to human needs without explicit instruction. This concept challenged the structured, command-based approach that dominated magical education. Luna Lovegood was born in 1981, and the arrival of their daughter brought immense joy to both Pandora and Felix. Rather than slowing her research, motherhood seemed to inspire new directions in Pandora's work. She became interested in how magical ability developed in young children, carefully documenting Luna's early manifestations of magical talent and creating gentle exercises to help her daughter explore her innate abilities safely. Some of Pandora's most touching writings come from this period. Notes on the unique way children perceive magic before formal education shapes their understanding. She observed that Luna, like many magical children, sometimes seemed able to sense magical presences that adult wizards had learned to filter from their awareness. This reinforced her conviction that conventional magical education, while necessary, might also limit perception in subtle ways. As Luna grew into a curious toddler, Pandora began working on what would ultimately be her final and most ambitious project, a charm designed to temporarily expand magical perception beyond normal human limitations. The theoretical basis combined elements of legilimency, which accesses thoughts, divination, which reaches beyond normal temporal boundaries, and aspects of the magic believed to infuse creatures like thustrals and dementors, which exist partially beyond conventional perception. The complexity of this magic required her to develop new spellcrafting techniques. Traditional wand movements and incantations proved insufficient for the subtle manipulations required. Pandora experimented with orating runic sequences activated in specific patterns, ambient magical conduits arranged according to astronomical alignments, and carefully timed spell layering that allowed multiple magical effects to harmonize rather than interfere with each other. The experimental chamber at the top of the Lovegood house became a marvel of magical innovation, with permanent enchantments embedded in the walls, floor, and ceiling, creating a controlled environment where the boundaries between perceptual states could be carefully manipulated. Silver instruments of Pandora's own design monitored magical fluctuations, while enchanted quills recorded observations automatically as she worked. On that fateful day in 1990, 9-year-old Luna had climbed the spiral staircase to her mother's workshop. Accounts differ on why Pandora attempted such a complex experimental charm with her daughter present. Perhaps she believed it was finally stable enough to be safe, or perhaps Luna's arrival was unexpected. What is known with certainty is that the charm destabilized catastrophically. The precise nature of the magical accident remains unclear. The most credible theory, based on examination of the workshop afterward, suggests that Pandora had successfully created a localized expansion of magical perception, but the spell boundary collapsed inward rather than dissipating gradually as intended. The resulting magical backlash was not unlike the uncontrolled magic sometimes manifested by young witches and wizards under stress, but magnified by the carefully constructed magical environment and Pandora's considerable power. Luna witnessed the entire event, her mother momentarily surrounded by what the girl would later describe as all the colors that exist and don't exist at once, before the contained magic violently deconstructed. Despite the catastrophic nature of the accident, the protective enchantments Pandora had woven into her workshop contained the worst of the magical discharge, saving her daughter's life while being insufficient to save her own. In the aftermath of the tragedy, much of Pandora's research was either destroyed in the accident or sealed away by a grieving Felix, who couldn't bear to revisit the work that had taken his wife. However, fragments of her discoveries lived en in the unusual magical devices that decorated the Lovegood home, in Felix's continued pursuit of creatures and phenomena, others dismissed as imaginary, and most significantly, in Luna's unique perspective on the magical world. Luna's ability to see the straws, her openness to possibilities others rejected, and her comfort with the concept that death is not the end, but merely the next great adventure. As Dumbledore would say, all reflect her mother's influence. The serene acceptance with which Luna discussed her mother's death. She was quite an extraordinary witch, but she did like to experiment, and one day one of her spells went rather badly wrong. Speaks to the Lovegood family's unusual relationship with magic, seeing both its wonder and its danger as natural aspects of exploring the unknown. Among those who study experimental charm work, Pandora Lovegood is remembered as a brilliant innovator whose work was cut short before its full potential could be realized. Several magical researchers have attempted to reconstruct aspects of her perceptual enhancement theories, though none have dared replicate the specific experiment that led to her death. Perhaps her most lasting legacy, beyond her daughter, is the concept that what we perceive as reality represents only a fraction of what magic might allow us to experience. When Luna speaks of Raxperts making your brain go fuzzy, or Nargles hiding your possessions, she may be expressing in simple terms concepts her mother explored more formally. The idea that our surroundings contain more than what is immediately apparent to ordinary senses. As we close our exploration of Pandora Lovegood's remarkable life and research, consider how often the greatest magical discoveries have come from those willing to question what others take for granted. If the boundaries of your perception were suddenly expanded as Pandora hoped to achieve, what currently invisible wonders might become apparent, and how might such a vision transform your understanding of the magic that surrounds us all? 7. Chapter 5. The Reversal of Memory Charms. Memories are the invisible threads that weave together the tapestry of our identity. When those threads are severed or rearranged by magical means, the very essence of a person can be altered beyond recognition. Tonight, as the candles cast dancing shadows on ancient grimoires, we shall explore one of the most complex and delicate branches of magical healing, the art of reversing memory charms. In the hierarchy of magical disciplines, few require the precision, patience, and ethical consideration demanded by memory restoration. Unlike broken bones that can be mended with skelegro, or cursed wounds that respond to dittany, damaged memories exist in the intangible realm, where mind, magic, and identity intersect. The wizard or witch who attempts to undo memory modification must navigate this terrain with exceptional care. Memory charms exist along a spectrum of complexity and permanence. The simple memory charm Obliviate, taught to senior students at wizarding schools, creates a targeted amnesia, erasing specific memories while leaving the subject's overall identity intact. More complex memory modifications can implant false memories, alter emotional associations with existing memories, or even construct entirely new identities. Each variation requires a different approach to reversal. The foundations of memory charm reversal were established in the late 17th century by Hesper Starkey, a pioneering healer at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Starkey's groundbreaking work began after treating a wizard who had accidentally obliviated himself while attempting to remove the memory of a traumatic duel. Left unable to remember his own magical abilities, the wizard had been found wandering in Muggle London, convinced he was a confused chimney sweep. Starkey discovered that while the memories themselves appeared to be gone, they left what she called magical echoes in the mind, trace impressions that could be detected by specialized diagnostic spells. Using a combination of legilimency techniques and her own innovations in healing magic, she successfully restored some of the wizard's memories, though not all could be recovered. Her case notes, preserved in the St. Mungo's archives, include the first documented articulation of what would become known as Starkey's principle. Memories affected by magical means are never truly destroyed, merely obscured from the consciousness. The stronger the emotional content of the memory, the stronger its echo remains, and the greater possibility of restoration. This principle forms the theoretical foundation for all subsequent developments in memory charm reversal. Unlike physical injuries, where damaged tissue must be regrown or replaced, memory restoration involves finding paths to what already exists, but has been magically concealed from the conscious mind. Following Starkey's pioneering work, the field advanced incrementally through the 18th and 19th centuries. The creation of the specialized spell damage ward at St. Mungo's in 1749 provided a dedicated environment for treating victims of memory charms, while the establishment of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes at the Ministry of Magic included a memory modification response team that sometimes participated in reversal efforts when obliviations had gone awry. Modern approaches to memory charm reversal incorporate elements from multiple magical disciplines. Legilimency provides the fundamental technique for navigating another's mind, though memory healers emphasize that therapeutic legilimency differs substantially from the more invasive forms used in interrogation or mind reading. The memory healer enters the subject's mind, not to extract information, but to gently guide the subject toward rediscovering their own obscured memories. Pensieve technology has proven invaluable in complex cases. When partial memories can be extracted, they can be examined in a pensieve, allowing healers to identify fragments that might serve as anchors for recovery. In some instances, memories from close family members or friends that include the subject can be used to create contextual frameworks that help trigger recognition and recovery. Certain potions complement the magical techniques of memory restoration. The Clarity Concoction, developed in the early 20th century by potion master Arsenius Jigger, temporarily enhances the brain's natural pathways, making it easier for subjects to reconnect with memories that have been magically obscured. For more severe cases, the Mnemosyne elixir, named after the Greek titan of memory, can be administered in carefully controlled doses over several weeks to gradually strengthen the magical echoes that Hesper Starkey first identified. The most significant advancements in memory charm reversal came during and after the First Wizarding War. The rise of Voldemort and his Death Eaters led to numerous cases of memory modification used as weapons, obliviating witnesses, implanting false memories to create confusion, and in some particularly cruel instances, making victims forget their loved ones entirely. Mungo's established a dedicated memory restoration department in 1979, bringing together specialists in healing, potions, and mind magic to address the growing crisis. Healer Miriam Strout, who would later become famous for her work with long-term residents of the Spell Damage Ward, developed what became known as the Strout Method, a gradual approach to memory restoration that used familiar sensory experiences to reawaken obscured memories. By exposing patients to scents, sounds, objects, or locations significant to their pre-obliviation lives, she created environments where spontaneous memory recovery became more likely. The ethics of memory restoration present complex questions for the magical community. Unlike many medical procedures where consent is straightforward, victims of memory charms may not remember enough to provide informed consent for treatment. In cases of minor obliviation, St. Mungo's typically requires consent from the affected person before attempting reversal. For more severe cases, where the subject's identity has been significantly altered, magical law permits healing attempts based on family consent, though the practice remains controversial among magical ethicists. Perhaps more challenging are cases where memory charms were self-administered or requested. During both Wizarding Wars, some witches and wizards chose to obliviate themselves to protect sensitive information should they be captured. Others modified their own memories to escape traumatic experiences. In such cases, healers must weigh whether reversal honors or violates the subject's original autonomy. The specific techniques for reversing different types of memory charms vary significantly. Simple obliviation, when performed correctly, creates a clean break in memory that skilled healers can often repair with minimal complications. The subject typically experiences the return of memories as a sudden clarity, as though remembering something momentarily forgotten, rather than recovering something truly lost. False memory charms present greater challenges. When false memories have been implanted, the reversal process must both recover the original memories and help the subject distinguish between true and false experiences. This delicate process requires exceptional skill as removing the false memories too abruptly can leave disorienting gaps in the subject's narrative understanding of their own life. Complete identity modifications, where subjects have been given entirely new personas, represent the most complex cases. The magical integration of a false identity with existing character traits creates a multi-layered enchantment that must be unwound gradually. Attempting to reverse such extensive memory magic too quickly can result in dangerous psychological fragmentation, where subjects find themselves torn between competing identities. One of the most remarkable documented cases of memory charm reversal involved Gilderoy Lockhart, the former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, who lost his memory after a backfiring memory charm in the Chamber of Secrets. While Lockhart's condition was initially considered permanent, a team of healers at St. Mungo's achieved partial restoration through an innovative combination of the Strout method and a modified Mnemosyne elixir. Though he never fully recovered his memories, Lockhart eventually remembered enough of his true history to understand the deceptions that had defined his public persona. The case that perhaps best illustrates the extraordinary difficulty and potential of memory charm reversal is Hermione Granger's restoration of her parents' memories after the Second Wizarding War. To protect them from Death Eaters, Granger had performed a comprehensive memory modification, giving them new identities as Wendell and Monica Wilkins, and implanting a desire to move to Australia. The intricacy of this magic, performed by an exceptional witch still in her teens, created a uniquely challenging reversal scenario. Working with specialists from St. Mungo's, Granger developed a personalized restoration plan that drew on multiple techniques. Rather than attempting to break through the memory charm directly, they created a gradual reintroduction process. Over several weeks, Granger carefully exposed her parents to familiar objects, photographs, and stories from their true past. Concurrently, carefully calibrated doses of memory-enhancing potions strengthened the underlying original memories. The breakthrough came when Granger played a recording of a piece of music that had special significance to her family, a piano sonata that her father had often played at home. The emotional resonance of this experience created what healers term a memory cascade, where one recovered memory triggers the return of many others. Within days, the Grangers had recovered most of their original memories, though healing the emotional impact of the experience took considerably longer. For all the advancements in memory charm reversal, certain limitations remain. Memories lost to particularly powerful or maliciously cast obliviation spells may be irretrievable. The longer a memory charm remains in place, the more difficult reversal becomes, as the magical echoes gradually fade. Most challenging are cases involving the Obliviate Totalum spell, an extreme variation that attempts to erase a person's entire memory. While rarely used due to its devastating effects, this spell creates damage that even the most skilled healers can only partially address. Memory is not merely a record of events, but the foundation of who we are. When that foundation is magically altered, the journey to restoration requires not just magical skill but profound compassion and patience. The healers who specialize in memory charm reversal often speak of their work not as fixing patients, but as helping them find their way home, back to themselves and to those who remember and love them. As the embers in our fireplace dim to a gentle glow, consider the profound gift and responsibility that comes with magical influence over memory. If your memories were altered by magical means, which moments would leave the strongest echoes for a skilled healer to find, and what forgotten experiences might you most long to recover from the mist of enchanted forgetting? Chapter 6. The Offices of the Daily Prophet. Words possess a magic all their own, capable of shaping perception and swaying hearts without a single spell being cast. As evening shadows lengthen across our parchment, let us journey to a bustling establishment in Diagon Alley, where the power of words and images combine to create Wizarding Britain's most influential publication, the headquarters of the Daily Prophet newspaper. Nestled between Flourish and Blott's bookshop and a small Wizarding insurance office, stands an imposing 6-story building of weathered red brick and gleaming brass fittings. Though unremarkable to casual observation, This structure houses the nerve center of wizarding communication, a place where news is gathered, stories crafted, and the pulse of magical society is both monitored and influenced. The Daily Prophet has operated continuously since 1743, when Edmund Pruitt, an enterprising wizard from Lincolnshire, recognized the need for a reliable method of distributing news throughout the growing magical community. Prior to the Prophet's founding, wizarding news traveled through an inconsistent network of enchanted town criers, messaging patronuses, and public announcement boards, methods that were slow, geographically limited, and prone to distortion. Pruitt's innovation was to combine Muggle printing press technology with magical enhancements that allowed for moving photographs, late-breaking updates to already printed editions, and most importantly, a nationwide owl delivery network that could reach subscribers regardless of how remote their location might be. His first printing press, a modified Gutenberg design enchanted to set type through dictation rather than manual arrangement, remains on display in the building's modest museum on the ground floor. Upon entering the Prophet's main foyer today, visitors are greeted by a grand space where the past and present of wizarding journalism converge. The marble-floored atrium features a vaulted ceiling enchanted to display front pages from significant moments in wizarding history: the signing of the International Statute of Secrecy, the defeat of Grindelwald, and in recent years, both the fall and return of Lord Voldemort. These historic headlines fade and reform continuously, providing a dynamic visual history of the magical world as documented by the Prophet's reporters. The building operates with a carefully organized vertical hierarchy that reflects the newspaper production process. The ground floor houses public-facing departments, subscription services, classified advertisement placement, and the small museum of printing history. Several fireplaces connected to the Flu network allow for convenient visitor access, while a dedicated apparition point in the rear courtyard accommodates staff members arriving for work. The second floor contains what many consider the heart of the newspaper, the bustling newsroom. Here, dozens of reporters and editors work at enchanted desks, arranged in a seemingly chaotic pattern that nevertheless follows an organizational logic understood by the staff. Unlike their Muggle counterparts who rely on telephones and computers, Prophet journalists utilize a complex network of magical communication. Enchanted mirrors connect field reporters to editors, while self-writing quills transcribe interviews and dictated stories. One corner of the newsroom is perpetually surrounded by a containment charm that muffles sound and moderates temperature, a necessary precaution housing the hot news desk, where breaking stories arrive via specialized owls trained to deliver only the most urgent information. These distinctive birds, recognizable by their singed-looking tail feathers, an occupational hazard rather than a natural feature, are trained to locate specific editors regardless of where they might be in the building. The peculiar atmosphere of the newsroom strikes most first-time visitors immediately. Beneath the constant rustling of parchment and murmur of voices lies a subtle magical hum, the combined effect of dozens of enchanted objects operating simultaneously. Quick quotes. Quills scratch across notebooks, magically summarizing interviews, though with a tendency towards sensationalism that requires careful editing. Fact-checking spheres glow green or red when passed over questionable assertions. Deadline hourglasses emit increasingly urgent chimes as printing time approaches. Moving up to the third floor, one finds the specialized desks that give the Prophet its comprehensive coverage. Magical sports, overseen for many years by the inimitable Ginny Potter, née Weasley, after her retirement from professional Quidditch. Magical law enforcement, which maintains close but carefully neutral relationships with Auror offices. International magical cooperation, staffed by multilingual witches and wizards who monitor magical developments worldwide, and the somewhat controversial Society page, which tracks the activities of prominent wizarding families. Perhaps the most unusual department, located in a secluded corner of the third floor, is the divination desk. Here, a rotating staff of seers with genuine predictive abilities verified through rigorous testing, produce the Prophet's weather forecasts and occasional future trending reports. Unlike the vague predictions found in publications like The Quibbler, the Prophet's divination team focuses on concrete short-term forecasting, though they are contractually permitted one major prediction annually, published in the special New Year edition. The fourth floor houses the photography department, instantly recognizable by the constant flashes of magical cameras being tested and the lingering scent of developing potions. Prophet photographers undergo specialized training beyond standard magical photography, learning techniques for capturing fast-moving subjects, essential for Quidditch coverage, photographing potentially dangerous magical creatures, and most importantly, maintaining journalistic distance during chaotic events. The film developing rooms on this floor remain one of the few areas in the building where magic use is strictly regulated. The delicate process of creating moving magical photographs requires precise spell work and specific potion application. A miscast charm can ruin an irreplaceable image. The development tanks are encased in silver-lined cabinets that block external magical interference, while specialized ventilation charms prevent the distinctive chemical odors from permeating the rest of the building. Ascending to the fifth floor reveals the editorial department, where final decisions about content, layout, and overall direction of the newspaper take place. The editor-in-chief occupies a corner office with enchanted windows that can be adjusted to show different views of Diagon Alley, or, during particularly stressful breaking news situations, peaceful countryside scenes. Current editor Barnabas Cuff has personalized this space with memorabilia from significant stories covered during his tenure, including a fragment of the fountain destroyed during the duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort at the Ministry of Magic. The editorial conference room, known informally as the Pensieve due to the swirling, memory-like quality of ideas discussed there, features a massive enchanted table that can display prototype layouts of the newspaper. Editors can rearrange stories, adjust headline sizes, and preview moving photographs by simply touching the table's surface and issuing verbal commands. The most magical section of the Prophet's operations occupies the entire sixth floor, the production department, where the physical newspaper comes into being. Unlike Muggle printing, which requires separate processes for text and images, magical printing integrates all elements simultaneously. The Prophet uses enchanted printing presses that have evolved significantly from Pruitt's original design, though they maintain the same fundamental principles. Massive rolls of specialized parchment, treated with stability charms to prevent deterioration and repelling enchantments to make them resistant to tea spills and weather damage, feed into presses that apply ink through a combination of physical contact and magical transference. The ink itself contains subtle enchantments that allow photographs to move and headlines to change if breaking news occurs after initial printing. The most impressive feature of the production floor is the headline harmonizer, a complex magical instrument resembling a cross between a pipe organ and a loom. Operated by highly trained technicians, this device ensures that when late-breaking news requires updates to already printed editions, the changes occur smoothly across all copies simultaneously, no matter where they might be in the delivery process. The Prophet's unique distribution system occupies a specially constructed rooftop level, designed to accommodate the hundreds of delivery owls that carry each edition to subscribers across Britain. This owlery differs substantially from typical Zarding owl housing, with automated feeding systems, integrated healing stations for birds returning from difficult journeys, and a sophisticated magical mapping system that optimizes delivery routes based on weather conditions and subscriber locations. The relationship between the Daily Prophet and the Ministry of Magic has fluctuated throughout history, reflecting the tension between journalistic independence and political influence that exists in both magical and Muggle societies. During periods of stable governance, the Prophet has maintained editorial distance while reporting objectively on ministry activities. However, during the rise of Voldemort, particularly after his return at the end of the Triwizard Tournament, the newspaper notoriously fell under ministry influence, discrediting Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore, while promoting the ministry's preferred narrative of calm and control. This controversial period resulted in significant reforms after the Second Wizarding War. A magical charter now establishes formal separation between government and the press, enforced through binding magical contracts signed by both senior ministry officials and prophet management. Transparency enchantments on all official communications between the newspaper and government ensure that any attempt at improper influence would become immediately visible in the text of the published newspaper, literally appearing as glowing red text to readers. The prophet's archives, housed in a magically expanded basement level beneath the main building, represent one of the most comprehensive historical records of Wizarding Britain. Temperature-controlled vaults protect every edition published since 1743, while specialized preservation charms prevent deterioration of the oldest copies. Magical indexing allows researchers to locate specific articles through a combination of keyword enchantments and chronological organization. These archives proved invaluable during the post-war reconciliation process, as they contained contemporaneous accounts of both wizarding wars that helped establish accurate historical records. The prophet dedicated a team of reporters to creating the Reconciliation series, award-winning articles that corrected previous misreporting and filled in gaps in the public's understanding of Voldemort's rise and fall. Today's Daily Prophet balances tradition and innovation as it adapts to changing wizarding society. While maintaining its physical newspaper format, the Prophet now offers supplementary services like personalized news filtering charms that allow subscribers to receive expanded coverage of topics that interest them most. The Evening Prophet provides updates on developing stories, while specialized publications like the Sunday Prophet and Prophet Jr. cater to weekend readers and younger audiences respectively. Behind each edition that arrives by owl at breakfast tables across Britain is a complex operation of magical journalism, reporters investigating stories, photographers capturing significant moments, editors shaping the narrative of wizarding current events, and production staff ensuring the physical newspaper manifests that collective effort. As our candles burn low and the hour grows late, consider the extraordinary power held by those who craft the news we consume. In a world of magic where reality can be altered with a wave of a wand, how much more significant is the power to shape perception through words and images? What stories might be found in tomorrow's prophet that will influence the direction of the wizarding world for generations to come? Chapter 7. The Warnings of a Faux Glass. The subtle art of interpretation often separates mere knowledge from wisdom. In the realm of magical protection, few objects require more careful reading than the mysterious faux glass. As night deepens around us and shadows grow long across ancient tomes, let us explore the nuanced language through which this remarkable magical device communicates its warnings and the stories of those who heeded or ignored its silent counsel. Unlike more straightforward dark detectors such as sneakoscopes, which emit clear audible warnings, or secrecy sensors, which vibrate in the presence of concealment or deception, the faux glass speaks through shadows and reflections. Its messages require attentive observation and thoughtful interpretation, a dialogue between the glass and its owner, rather than a simple alarm. When functioning properly, a faux glass reveals enemies as shadowy figures whose clarity corresponds to their proximity and immediacy of threat. But within this basic function lies a complex magical language that experienced users learn to read with remarkable precision. The subtleties of movement, position, clarity, and even coloration within the glass can reveal crucial information about the nature and intention of approaching threats. Consider the experience of Aurora Josephine Bones, sister to Edgar Bones, and aunt to Susan Bones, whose detailed journals from the First Wizarding War provide some of the most insightful documentation of faux glass interpretation. Bones noted that the shadows of enemies moving with purpose, those actively seeking her, showed a distinctive directional movement within the glass, seeming to approach from the edges toward the center. By contrast, potential enemies whose paths might cross hers accidentally appeared to drift more aimlessly, their shadows less focused in their movements. The glass does not simply show proximity in physical space, Bones wrote, but proximity in intention. An enemy 300 miles away, but actively planning your demise, may appear clearer than one 3 streets over, who bears you ill will, but has no immediate plans to act upon it. This distinction proved life-saving during a 1979 mission, when Bones observed an unusually clear figure appearing suddenly in her portable faux glass, while investigating a seemingly abandoned safe house. Though no detection charms had revealed any human presence nearby, she immediately apparated to safety, just moments before Antonin Dolohov arrived, having been lying in wait under a powerful disillusionment charm specifically to ambush her. The positioning of figures within the glass offers another layer of information to the attentive observer. Veteran faux glass users report that multiple enemies who are working in concert tend to cluster together in the reflection, while unrelated threats remain distinctly separated. During complex situations with multiple potential adversaries, this visual grouping can help identify alliances and separate genuine threats from background hostility. Alastair Moody, whose expertise with dark detectors remains legendary in aura circles, developed a systematic approach to reading his notoriously active faux glass. His personal notations, preserved in the Aura Training Archives, describe a quadrant interpretation system. Enemies appearing in the upper portions of the glass he classified as threats operating from positions of authority or advantage, while those in lower areas represented threats attempting to undermine or approach by stealth. Similarly, left and right placements suggested different directional approaches or tactical positions. While some dismissed Moody's elaborate interpretations as the product of his infamous paranoia, fellow aurors who adopted his methodology reported remarkable accuracy in anticipating not just the presence of enemies but their likely methods of attack. Moody himself attributed his survival of numerous assassination attempts to this refined understanding of faux glass warnings. "It's not enough to know they're coming," he wrote in a rare contribution to the Aura Training Manual. "You need to know how they're coming, and from where, and whether they're coming alone. The glass tells you all of this if you know how to look." The clarity progression of figures in a faux glass follows patterns that experienced users learn to track over time. A figure that gradually sharpens in detail suggests an enemy methodically drawing nearer, or a threat slowly developing. Sudden clarification, by contrast, indicates either rapid physical approach or a dramatic shift in intention, perhaps an enemy who has just discovered the owner's location, or who has abruptly committed to immediate action. Aura Kingsley Shacklebolt documented a particularly notable instance of this sudden clarification during a protective assignment in 1995. While guarding a ministry official who had received death threats, Shacklebolt's faux glass showed only vague, distant shadows for several days. During an evening reception, however, one figure suddenly sharpened into near-perfect clarity within seconds. Shacklebolt immediately moved his charge to a secure location, moments before a disguised assailant revealed himself among the waitstaff. The incident demonstrated another crucial aspect of faux glass warnings. They operate independent of the user's conscious suspicions. Shacklebolt had noticed nothing unusual about the waiter who was revealed to be an assassin. The faux glass detected the shift in immediate intention as the assassin prepared to act, providing warning without relying on the auror's personal observations or assumptions. This quality makes the faux glass particularly valuable for protection against unknown threats. Unlike protective measures that require specific identification of potential enemies, the faux glass responds to anyone who intends harm to its owner, whether previously identified as a threat or not. The coloration and definition of figures within the faux glass can reveal subtle information about the nature of the threat they represent. Darker, more solid-appearing shadows typically indicate enemies with clear, focused, malicious intent, while hazier, lighter figures might represent those with more ambivalent feelings or conflicted motivations. Some particularly sensitive faux glasses have been known to show faint reddish tinges around figures whose enmity is driven by deep hatred or blood feud, distinguishing them from enemies motivated by more practical concerns. Artemisia Lufkin, who served as Minister for Magic in the early 18th century, kept detailed records of her ministerial faux glass, noting that political opponents appeared differently than genuine enemies. Those who oppose my policies yet wish no personal harm appear as translucent outlines, she wrote, distinguishable from the more substantial shadows of those who truly wish my downfall. Lufkin's observations highlight an important limitation of the faux glass. It responds primarily to personal enmity directed at the owner, rather than broader opposition to their goals or position. This distinction becomes particularly relevant for those in positions of authority, who must distinguish between legitimate opposition and genuine threats. The faux glass's warnings can be particularly challenging to interpret when they involve individuals with complex, ambivalent relationships to the owner. During the Second Wizarding War, members of the Order of the Phoenix reported difficulty interpreting the occasional appearance of Severus Snape in their faux glasses, a magical ambiguity that reflected his genuine complexity as both ally and potential threat, depending on circumstance. Interpreting the disappearance of figures from a faux glass requires equal attention. A shadow that fades gradually might indicate an enemy abandoning their intentions or being diverted to other priorities. Sudden vanishing, however, could indicate several possibilities. The enemy has been neutralized. They have implemented magical concealment specifically designed to confound detection, or they have advanced to immediate proximity. This last possibility, that enemies vanish from the glass when they have physically arrived, creates a critical vulnerability that has proven fatal for unwary users. The infamous case of Auror Proudfoot during a 1997 Death Eater incursion serves as a sobering reminder. Having tracked approaching enemies in his faux glass for hours, Proudfoot failed to realize that their sudden disappearance meant they had reached his position rather than retreated. This misinterpretation cost him valuable reaction time during the subsequent attack. Skilled users of the faux glass learned to integrate its warnings with other forms of magical and conventional vigilance. Alastair Moody's layered security approach, combining the faux glass with sneakoscopes, secrecy sensors, and human presence revealing spells, demonstrates ideal practice. Each detection method compensates for the limitations of others, creating a more comprehensive security system. The psychological impact of living with a faux glass merits consideration as well. Constant exposure to visual representations of those who wish you harm can affect even the most mentally disciplined witch or wizard. Auror training programs now include specific psychological preparation for dark detector use, teaching techniques to maintain vigilance without succumbing to paranoia. Emerging research suggests that the magical connection between a faux glass and its owner may deepen over time. Long-term users report increased sensitivity and more nuanced warnings from well-established faux glasses compared to newly acquired ones. This attunement process appears to enhance the glass's ability to distinguish between levels and types of threat specific to the individual owner's circumstances. Particularly fascinating are the rare but documented cases of faux glasses that have offered warnings about non-human threats. During the 1918 dragonpox epidemic, several healers reported their faux glasses showing unusual cloudy formations rather than distinct figures, retrospectively interpreted as warnings about the approaching disease. Similarly, during dangerous magical contamination events, faux glasses have displayed atypical patterns that alert users to environmental threats rather than human enemies. The interpretation of faux glass warnings represents a delicate balance between attentiveness and over-analysis. The glass responds to genuine threats, but, like many magical objects, can be influenced by the owner's state of mind. During periods of heightened stress or suspicion, the glass may show shadows more prominently, reflecting the owner's increased sensitivity to potential threats rather than any actual change in circumstances. Master wandmaker Garrick Ollivander, who maintained a faux glass in his shop due to the valuable nature of his inventory, observed this phenomenon during particularly tense periods in wizarding history. The glass darkens with the times, he noted in his personal journal. During peaceful years, it shows only occasional shadows, typically ambitious competitors or disappointed customers. But as darkness rises in our world, the glass becomes more active, the shadows more numerous and substantial, even when no specific threat has emerged. Perhaps the most profound aspect of the faux glass is how it reveals the invisible connections between people, the threads of intention, emotion, and potential action that link us even across great distances. In this sense, the faux glass offers a window into a dimension of human relationship typically hidden from awareness, making visible the negative bonds that connect us to those who wish us harm. As our exploration of this remarkable magical object draws to a close, consider the faux glass as both practical tool and philosophical mirror. Beyond its immediate protective function, what might it teach us about the nature of enmity itself? If you gazed into a faux glass today, would you recognize the shadows it revealed, and would that knowledge change how you move through both magical and ordinary moments of your life? Chapter 8. The Tale of the Three Brothers. Stories whispered at bedtime often carry deeper truths than scholarly tomes. As moonlight streams through our window and the hour grows late, let us turn to perhaps the most significant wizarding fairy tale ever told, one whose symbols adorn ancient graves, whose morals have guided generations, and whose artifacts have shaped the course of magical history. Tonight, we explore the tale of the three brothers, as it has been passed down through countless generations of wizarding families. Long before Beadle the Bard collected and published his famous tales in the 15th century, the story of three brothers who cheated death was already ancient, transmitted orally from parent to child across wizarding households throughout Europe. The tale's enduring power lies not merely in its engaging narrative, but in the profound questions it raises about mortality, wisdom, and the proper relationship between wizard and magic. In its most widely known form, as translated from Beadle's original runes by Hermione Granger, the tale begins with three brothers traveling at twilight. They came upon a treacherous river too dangerous to cross, but being skilled in magic, they simply produced their wands and conjured a bridge to span the deadly waters. Halfway across this bridge, they encountered a hooded figure, Death himself, angered that these travelers had cheated him of new victims. As most travelers drowned in the river, Death, being cunning, concealed his anger, and instead congratulated the brothers on their magical skill. As a reward for having evaded him, he offered each brother a prize of their choosing. The eldest brother, described as combative, requested a wand more powerful than any in existence, a wand worthy of one who had conquered death. Death fashioned this wand from the branch of an elder tree growing on the riverbank, creating what would become known as the Elder Wand. The second brother, described as arrogant, sought to humiliate Death further, and asked for the power to recall loved ones from Death's embrace. Death collected a stone from the riverbank and invested it with the power to recall the dead to the world of the living. This became the Resurrection Stone. The youngest brother, described as humble and wise, distrusted Death's apparent generosity. He requested something that would allow him to depart without being followed by Death. Reluctantly, Death cut a piece from his own cloak of invisibility and gave it to the third brother. The brothers continued their journey, eventually separating to pursue their individual paths. The eldest brother traveled to a distant village where he sought out a wizard with whom he had once quarreled. With the Elder Wand in hand, he easily won their duel, killing his opponent. That night, he boasted loudly about his invincible wand while drinking at an inn, claiming he had taken it from Death himself and that it made him unbeatable. While he slept deeply from wine, another wizard crept into his room, stole the wand, and slit the brother's throat, and so Death claimed the first brother. The second brother returned home and used the Resurrection Stone, turning it thrice in hand to recall the girl he had once hoped to marry before her untimely death. She appeared, but she did not truly belong to the mortal world. Separated as if by a veil, she suffered from her unnatural return, growing increasingly cold and distant. Driven to madness by hopeless longing, the second brother took his own life to join her truly in death. And so, Death claimed the second brother. Death searched for the third brother for many years, but could not find him. Only when the youngest brother had reached a great age did he remove the cloak of invisibility, passing it to his son. He then greeted death as an old friend, and they departed this life together as equals. The profound resonance of this seemingly simple tale emerges from its layered symbolism and moral complexity. Unlike many children's stories with straightforward moral lessons, the tale of the three brothers explores nuanced themes about human desire, wisdom, and our relationship with mortality. Each brother's request reveals a different approach to the fundamental human concern with death. The eldest brother seeks power as a defense against mortality, believing that sufficient magical might can overcome all natural limits. The second brother cannot accept the permanence of loss, seeking to undo death rather than come to terms with it. Only the youngest brother demonstrates true wisdom, not in trying to defeat death or reverse it, but in living a full life on his own terms while accepting mortality as the natural conclusion to existence. Across wizarding cultures, different interpretations of the tale have emerged over centuries. Western European traditions typically emphasize the cautionary elements, the dangers of seeking too much power or attempting to violate natural boundaries. Eastern European interpretations often focus more on the brotherhood aspect, suggesting that the three brothers represent different but equally valid paths of magical development that became imbalanced when separated from each other. Mediterranean wizarding traditions place greater emphasis on death as a character, viewing the tale as a negotiation between mortal and immortal powers rather than simply a moral lesson. In these tellings, death is portrayed with more complexity, neither purely antagonistic nor benevolent, but as a fundamental force with its own perspective and purpose. The narrative structure of the tale shows remarkable sophistication for a children's story. The symmetry of three brothers, three gifts, and three outcomes creates a satisfying pattern that aids memory, essential for stories originally transmitted orally. The progressive nature of the brothers' fates creates dramatic tension, with each outcome revealing more about the true nature of death's gifts. Parents throughout wizarding history have used the tale not just for entertainment, but as a teaching tool. The story naturally prompts children to consider which brother made the wisest choice and why, encouraging early ethical thinking. Discussions about the tale often become more sophisticated as children age, with the same family revisiting the story and finding deeper meanings as children develop greater emotional and intellectual maturity. Interestingly, the presentation of the tale differs significantly between wizarding households. Some parents emphasize the frightening aspects, using dramatic voices and gestures to create a thrilling bedtime story that leaves children wide-eyed beneath their covers. Others present it more solemnly, as a sacred text containing essential wisdom about magic and mortality. Some families have developed unique traditions around the telling of this tale. Certain old wizarding households in Britain traditionally tell the story on Halloween night, when the boundary between living and dead is considered thinnest. Others reserve it for significant coming-of-age moments, such as before a child leaves for magical education or receives their first wand. The physical manifestation of the tale in Beadle's book varies significantly across editions. The oldest surviving copy, handwritten by Beadle himself and later owned by Albus Dumbledore before being bequeathed to Hermione Granger, features intricate runic illuminations around the text. These include subtle symbolic elements not found in later printed versions, such as a small triangular pattern repeated in the margins, a visual representation of what would later become known as the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Throughout wizarding history, the tale has been adapted into various art forms. The renowned wizarding playwright Mopsudia Merriweather created a full theatrical version in the 1760s that remains in the repertoire of magical theater companies today. Her adaptation expanded the brothers' backstory, portraying them as estranged siblings reunited by their father's death just before their fateful river crossing. Magical musical interpretations include Musidora Barkin's haunting chamber piece, Three Paths Diverged, which uses three distinct instrumental voices to represent each brother's journey. The piece begins with harmonious interaction, gradually separates into individual themes, and concludes with a single melodic line, continuing after the others have fallen silent, representing the third brother's extended life. Visual representations of the tale appear in wizarding homes, schools, and public spaces throughout Europe. Perhaps most famous is the stained glass window in the northern transept of the hidden magical cathedral in Prague, which depicts the three brothers meeting death on the bridge. When viewed at midnight during a full moon, the magical glass reveals an additional scene not visible at other times, showing the ultimate fate of each brother. Beyond its artistic and cultural significance, the tale gained renewed importance during the rise of Gellert Grindelwald in the early 20th century. Grindelwald adopted the symbol of the deathly Hallows, a vertical line representing the Elder Wand, inside a circle representing the Resurrection Stone, both enclosed within a triangle representing the Invisibility Cloak, as his personal emblem. This appropriation temporarily tainted the tale's reception, with many European wizarding families becoming reluctant to tell it during Grindelwald's reign of terror. During the First Wizarding War, the tale experienced another revival, when Resistance members began using the symbol of the Hallows as a secret sign of recognition, reclaiming it from its association with Grindelwald. Those who understood the tale's deeper meaning about accepting mortality rather than fearing it found particular resonance in its message during this dark period of magical history. Albus Dumbledore's scholarly analysis of the tale, in the Tales of Beedle the Bard, represents the most comprehensive contemporary examination of its significance. Dumbledore suggested that the three brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignatus Peverell, were not merely fictional characters, but actual historical figures who created the three powerful objects, later known as the Deathly Hallows. In his interpretation, the encounter with death was likely a metaphorical element added as the story was transmitted through generations, rather than a literal meeting. What makes the tale of the three brothers so enduringly powerful in wizarding culture is how it speaks to universal human concerns, while specifically addressing the unique challenges of magical existence. For wizards and witches, who possess power that can indeed extend life, transform reality, and conceal themselves from normal perception, the temptations represented by the Elder Wand and Resurrection Stone are not merely symbolic but practical moral dilemmas they might genuinely face. The tale warns that magic itself is not the problem. Indeed, all three brothers use magic skillfully to cross the river at the story's beginning. Rather, it is the wizard's attitude toward magic and mortality that determines whether their power leads to destruction or wisdom. This lesson has particular relevance in a community where individuals possess extraordinary abilities that could easily foster arrogance or detachment from natural limitations. As we conclude our exploration of this remarkable story, consider how a simple tale told to children before sleep has shaped the values, aspirations, and moral understanding of countless generations of witches and wizards. If you found yourself standing with the three brothers before death, which gift would you request, and what might that choice reveal about your deepest fears and truest wisdom? Chapter 9. The Martyrdom of Charity Burbage. Some lights shine brightest against the darkest backdrop, as our candle flickers in the deepening night, casting gentle shadows across these ancient volumes. Let us turn our attention to a witch whose courage and convictions led her to stand against the tide of hatred, even as darkness rose once more in the wizarding world. Tonight, we honor the memory of Professor Charity Burbage, whose life and death embody both the noblest aspirations and most tragic moments of recent wizarding history. Before her name became associated with martyrdom, Charity Burbage was known as an enthusiastic educator with an unusually progressive worldview. Born in 1954 to a wizarding family with historical ties to both magical and muggle communities, Charity's early exposure to both worlds shaped her lifelong perspective on wizard-muggle relations. As a student at Hogwarts in the late 1960s, young Charity was sorted into Hufflepuff House, where her natural empathy, inclusiveness, and steadfast dedication to fairness flourished. Fellow students from that era recall her remarkable ability to form friendships across house boundaries, a quality that would later serve her well as an educator, seeking to bridge even greater divides. Her academic record showed particular strength in history of magic and Muggle studies, with Professor Quirinus Quirrell, then teaching Muggle studies, before his fateful sabbatical and encounter with Lord Voldemort, noting her exceptional ability to analyze magical culture through comparative perspectives. Even in her youth, Charity demonstrated the intellectual framework that would define her professional approach, examining wizarding traditions, not in isolation, but as part of broader human cultural development. After completing her education at Hogwarts, Burbage pursued advanced studies in anthropological magic at the Magical University of Edinburgh, a small but respected institution known for its progressive approach to magical theory. Her doctoral research examined how Muggle technological innovations had influenced wizarding cultural development, despite official policies of separation, a controversial topic that established her reputation as a forward-thinking scholar. When Quirrell vacated the Muggle Studies position at Hogwarts to pursue his ill-fated interest in defense against the dark arts, Burbage was Dumbledore's immediate choice as replacement. She arrived at Hogwarts as a professor in 1991. Coincidentally, the same year Harry Potter began his education at the school. As Muggle Studies professor, Charity completely transformed the curriculum. Where previous instruction had often presented Muggle life as a curiosity, something to be viewed with bemused interest, but fundamental separation, Burbage emphasized interconnection and mutual influence. Her classroom featured working Muggle devices alongside magical equivalents, demonstrating how similar needs had led to parallel development of solutions in both communities. Students who elected to take her class frequently described it as eye-opening, regardless of their family background. Pure-blood students encountered thoughtful explanations of Muggle innovation that challenged ingrained assumptions about non-magical capabilities, while Muggle-born students gained new appreciation for how their birth culture had shaped magical society in subtle but profound ways. Professor Burbage made us understand that separation doesn't mean superiority, recalled Penelope Clearwater, a former student. She could explain electricity in ways that made it seem just as impressive as any charm, just operating by different principles. Beyond merely teaching facts about Muggle life, Charity challenged her students to examine the ethical dimensions of wizard-Muggle relations. Her fifth-year curriculum included critical discussions of the International Statute of Secrecy, not questioning its necessity, but examining its implementation and consequences from multiple perspectives. She encouraged students to consider complex questions. What responsibilities did the wizarding world have toward Muggles? How might magical solutions help address Muggle challenges without violating separation? What values did both communities share despite their differences? These questions became increasingly relevant and increasingly dangerous to ask as the 1990s progressed and the shadow of Voldemort's return lengthened across magical Britain. Charity's teaching extended beyond her classroom. She regularly contributed thoughtful articles to wizarding publications, particularly addressing misconceptions about Muggles and advocating for greater understanding between magical and non-magical communities. Her writing style combined scholarly rigor with accessible warmth, making complex sociological concepts understandable to the average witch or wizard. In the staff room at Hogwarts, colleagues remembered her as unfailingly kind but intellectually formidable. She formed a particularly close friendship with Minerva McGonagall, despite their different academic disciplines, bonding over shared values of fairness and intellectual integrity. Phileas Flitwick recalled how Charity would often engage Severus Snape in nuanced debates about magical theory, seemingly undeterred by his forbidding demeanor. In retrospect, these conversations take on additional poignancy considering Snape's later anguish at being unable to prevent her murder. As tensions rose following Voldemort's return, Charity's position became increasingly precarious. Pure-blood supremacist ideology fundamentally contradicted everything she taught and believed. Her classroom became a space of resistance, not through overt political statements, but through the radical act of teaching empathy, understanding, and the fundamental equality of all humans, magical or not. In early June 1997, just weeks before Dumbledore's death would mark the beginning of open conflict, Charity published what would become her final article in the Daily Prophet. The piece, titled "Muggles Not So Different," directly challenged the ideological foundations of blood supremacy, She argued that the increasing numbers of Muggle-born witches and wizards had enriched and benefited wizarding society, and that many pure-blood families denied their squib relatives to maintain an illusion of magical purity. Most controversially, she explicitly endorsed magical Muggle intermarriage, writing that such unions should be celebrated for expanding magical understanding and helping integrate those born to magic with the non-magical world. In the context of rising bloodpurism, these were not merely academic positions, but direct challenges to the ideology Voldemort promoted. Following Dumbledore's death and the hidden infiltration of the Ministry of Magic by Voldemort's supporters, Charity recognized the growing danger of her position. Friends urged her to flee abroad until the political situation stabilized. According to those who spoke with her during those final weeks, she seriously considered leaving but ultimately decided that abandoning her principles in the face of threat would undermine everything she had taught her students about moral courage. In mid-July 1997, as she prepared materials for what she hoped would be another academic year, Death Eaters tracked Charity to her modest home in North Yorkshire. The exact details of her capture remain unclear, though the property showed signs of a significant magical struggle. What is known with certainty is that she was taken directly to Malfoy Manor, which was serving as Voldemort's headquarters. The events that followed are known primarily through the reluctant testimony of witnesses present at Malfoy Manor during that dark period. Suspended above the long, polished table in the manor's drawing room, where Voldemort held court surrounded by his followers, Charity Burbage made a final desperate appeal to the one person present whom she believed might still harbor humanity. "Severus, please," she begged, looking to the man who had been her colleague for 6 years. "We're friends." Those present reported that Snape's face remained blank, emotionless, as he sat directly beneath her, maintaining the perfect deception that would ultimately help bring about Voldemort's downfall. Whether Charity understood in her final moments that Snape's apparent betrayal masked a deeper loyalty to Dumbledore's cause remains unknown. Lord Voldemort, with casual cruelty that horrified even some of his followers, declared to the assembled Death Eaters that Professor Burbage taught the children of witches and wizards all about Muggles, how they are not so different from us. With the twisted logic of supremacist ideology, he presented her progressive views as corruption and her advocacy for understanding as pollution of magical heritage. With a flash of green light from the Elder Wand, Charity Burbage's life ended. In a final indignity demonstrating the complete dehumanization at the core of Voldemort's ideology, her body was fed to Nagini, the great serpent, as the assembled Death Eaters watched in horror or approval according to their true natures. News of Charity's disappearance reached the wizarding public through a small notice in the Daily Prophet, by then already under Death Eater influence, stating merely that she had resigned from her post. No mention was made of her murder or the circumstances surrounding it. For many within the wizarding community, the truth about her fate would not become known until after Voldemort's ultimate defeat. In the aftermath of the Second Wizarding War, Charity Burbage's legacy emerged as a powerful symbol of resistance through education and moral conviction. Her murder represented not just personal tragedy, but an attack on the very values of tolerance, understanding, and human dignity that defined her life's work. The post-war Ministry of Magic, under Minister Shacklebolt's leadership, posthumously awarded Charity the Order of Merlin, First Class, the highest honor in wizarding society, recognizing that she had died defending the fundamental principles upon which a just magical community must be built. The citation specifically acknowledged her as a casualty in the struggle against hatred and division, whose classroom formed a front line in the battle for wizarding hearts and minds. At Hogwarts, a memorial to Professor Burbage was established in the corridor outside the Muggle Studies classroom. Rather than a somber stone monument, the memorial takes the form of a small interactive exhibit featuring both magical and Muggle inventions side by side, demonstrating the parallel ingenuity of both communities, a physical manifestation of the connections she had always taught. Perhaps most meaningfully, the Muggle Studies curriculum she developed, temporarily suppressed during the Death Eater's control of Hogwarts, was reinstated and expanded after the war. The subject was made mandatory for all students through their 5th year, ensuring that every young witch and wizard would receive education specifically countering the prejudices that had fueled 2 wizarding wars. Former students established the charity Burbage Scholarship Fund, providing financial support for projects promoting understanding between magical and non-magical communities. Recipients have included researchers developing magical solutions to Muggle environmental challenges, historians documenting shared cultural heritage, and educators creating resources for wizarding children growing up in increasingly integrated communities. The significance of Charity Burbage's life and death extends beyond her individual tragedy to illuminate broader truths about resistance to totalitarian ideology. In times of darkness, education becomes either a powerful tool of oppression or a vital force for resistance. By teaching empathy, critical thinking, and the recognition of common humanity across apparent differences, Charity represented the transformative potential of education to undermine the foundations of hatred. Her story reminds us that courage manifests not only in dramatic battlefield heroics, but in the quiet, persistent defense of truth and human dignity. Charity did not die fighting with wand in hand, but she died because she refused to abandon the principles she taught, even when teaching them became dangerous. In this, she embodied the words Dumbledore once shared with Harry Potter. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. As the embers in our fireplace gradually dim and night deepens around us, consider how ideas taught in classrooms may ultimately prove as powerful as any spell in shaping the world. What lessons might we learn from Charity Burbage's unwavering commitment to understanding across differences, and how might her example guide us as we navigate our own encounters with those whose experiences differ from our own? Chapter 10. The Brewing of Felix Felicis. Fortune favors not just the brave, but the meticulously prepared. Among the most tantalizing potions in the wizarding pharmacopoeia is a shimmering gold elixir that transforms ordinary luck into extraordinary fortune. As our evening together continues, and the stars align overhead, let us explore the exquisite complexity, fascinating history, and profound magical theory behind brewing liquid luck. The legendary Felix Felicis. Unlike mundane potions that merely heal wounds or induce sleep, Felix Felicis operates at the intersection of probability and perception, subtly altering the fabric of reality around its drinker. This exceptional characteristic places it among the most difficult potions to brew correctly, requiring not just precise technique, but a harmonious convergence of timing, ingredients, and intention that few potioneers ever master. The creation of Felix Felicis is generally attributed to Zygmunt Budge, the renowned 16th century potioneer who developed the original formula while working in seclusion on the tiny island of Hermitre in the Hebrides. According to Budge's personal journals, the inspiration came during a particularly spectacular sunset when he observed how certain natural elements, light, water, wind, seemed to align in perfect harmony. This observation led him to consider whether a potion might capture the essence of perfect alignment and transfer it to the drinker. After 7 years of experimentation, during which he reportedly experienced no fewer than 12 cauldron explosions and one 3-month period where his skin turned permanently gold, Budge successfully brewed the first stable batch of Felix Felicis. His notes describe the moment of completion. The liquid shimmers like captured sunlight, each drop containing the promise of perfect alignment between desire and outcome. The brewing process begins, appropriately enough, with timing. Initial preparation must commence during the waxing quarter moon, when natural energies of growth and potential are at optimal strength. The base solution requires spring water collected under a full moon, ideally from a natural spring with historical associations to good fortune or healing. To this foundation, powdered common rue is added at sunrise, initiating 6 months of careful tending and precise additions. The extraordinarily long brewing time of Felix Felicis explains both its rarity and expense. Unlike most potions that can be completed in hours or days, liquid luck requires continuous attention across multiple lunar cycles. The potion must be stirred counterclockwise 7 times at dawn and sunset every day for the first lunar month. Then, according to increasingly complex patterns as brewing progresses, temperature regulation presents another significant challenge. The cauldron must be maintained at precisely 97.3 degrees during daylight hours, then allowed to cool to exactly 92.6 degrees overnight, temperatures that must be adjusted according to the phases of the moon. Even a half-degree deviation can ruin months of work. Traditional brewers use specialized warming charms that self-regulate based on lunar position, though these themselves require considerable magical skill to cast properly. The ingredient list for Felicis reads like a catalog of magical rarities. Alchemy eggshells, the outer covering of eggs laid by these serpentine creatures with the ability to grow or shrink to fill available space, must be crushed to a specific consistency using a mortar carved from oak struck by lightning. These silvery fragments provide the potion with its reality-bending properties, allowing the drinker to unconsciously navigate toward optimal outcomes. Murtlap tentacles, harvested during the new moon from these rat-like creatures, contribute their natural protective qualities. The tentacles must be properly cured in a solution of dittany and horseradish essence for precisely 27 days before addition to the potion. This preparation preserves their efficacy while neutralizing the mild toxicity that would otherwise make the final potion dangerous to consume. Perhaps the most difficult ingredient to obtain is tincture of the settle, derived from a flowering plant that blooms for only 1 hour per year, always at a random time between midnight and dawn on the summer solstice. The plant itself grows exclusively in soil where magical accidents have occurred, making its location unpredictable and its harvest a matter of considerable luck, an irony not lost on potioneers who specialize in Felicis. Powdered common rue forms the stabilizing element in the potion, but even this seemingly ordinary herb must be harvested with specific protocols. Gathered at midday during the hottest week of summer, the rue must be dried in darkness and ground using a silver mortar and pestle. The resulting powder appears emerald green rather than the dull olive color produced by standard preparation methods. The strangest component, squill bulb juice, requires extraction from bulbs grown in the shade of a whomping willow tree, a requirement that makes mass production virtually impossible and adds considerable risk to the procurement process. The aggressively defensive nature of whomping willows means that harvesting these bulbs often results in significant injury to the collector, though experienced gatherers know to approach during winter months when the trees enter a semi-dormant state. Master potioneer Burbage, in his definitive work, Advanced Potion Making, describes the addition sequence as a delicate dance of timing and intuition. Each ingredient must be incorporated during specific astronomical alignments, with the brewer making subtle adjustments based on the potion's response. Experienced potioneers report that successful batches seem to communicate their needs through subtle changes in surface tension, viscosity, and the distinctive patterns formed as the surface catches light. The stirring techniques for Felicis have been the subject of considerable debate among potioneers. Traditional approaches call for using a stirring rod carved from the wood of an ash tree that has survived a lightning strike, though modern theory suggests that the intention and precision of the brewer matter more than the specific material. What remains undisputed is the pattern, a complex sequence of clockwise and counterclockwise motions that create specific vortex formations within the liquid, allowing the magical properties of the ingredients to blend at a fundamental level. As brewing progresses, the potion undergoes several distinctive color transformations that serve as important indicators of proper development. Beginning as a clear solution with a faint silver sheen, it gradually develops a deep amber hue during the 2nd month of preparation. By the 4th month, successful batches take on a distinctive copper color with occasional flashes of gold when stirred. Only in the final week does the characteristic molten gold appearance emerge, alongside the curious effect of droplets that leap like goldfish above the surface before falling back. The final critical phase occurs during the 6th month of brewing, when the potion must be exposed to direct moonlight for precisely 6 hours during the full moon. A specialized hourglass containing powdered moonstone is traditionally used to measure this exposure period, as conventional timekeeping methods can be magically disrupted by the potion's increasingly powerful aura. Once the exposure is complete, the brew must be immediately sealed in crystal phials. Ordinary glass will develop cracks within hours due to the potion's concentrated magical energy. What makes Felix Felicis exceptionally challenging, beyond its complicated preparation, is that the brewer's state of mind directly influences the potion's efficacy. Emotional balance, clear intention, and genuine goodwill create the optimal brewing conditions. Attempts to create Felix Felicis with malicious intent or during periods of emotional distress invariably fail, often spectacularly. Historical accounts describe batches exploding into showers of golden sparks or transforming into various noxious substances when brewed with improper mindset. This sensitivity to intention has led many magical theorists to classify Felix Felicis as semi-sentient, a controversial designation normally reserved for magical objects like the Sorting Hat rather than potions. Professor Severus Snape, whose expertise in potion making was widely acknowledged despite his complicated legacy, described Felix Felicis as possessing an awareness of purpose that defies standard magical categorization. The theoretical mechanism behind Felix Felicis remains one of the most fascinating questions in advanced potion studies. Unlike straightforward concoctions that produce predictable chemical or magical reactions in the drinker's body, liquid luck appears to operate on multiple levels simultaneously. The prevailing theory, developed by potions mistress Hesper Starkey in the early 20th century, suggests that the potion temporarily attunes the drinker to naturally occurring patterns of probability, allowing them to unconsciously select optimal paths through seemingly random circumstances. An alternative explanation, proposed by alchemist Bertie Bott, better known for his subsequent career developing flavored beans, suggests that Felix Felicis creates a temporary enhancement of natural legilimency abilities, giving the drinker unconscious access to the intentions and impending actions of those around them. This theory remains controversial, as it fails to explain how the potion helps navigate non-social circumstances, such as finding hidden objects or avoiding physical dangers. The most recent theoretical framework, developed by researchers at the Brazilian Institute for Alchemical Studies, proposes that Felix Felicis temporarily alters the drinker's interaction with time itself. This fascinating hypothesis suggests that the potion creates minute, localized time field variations that allow for optimal synchronicity between the drinker's actions and external events, essentially creating perfect timing without changing fundamental reality. The extreme difficulty of brewing Felix Felicis explains its rarity in wizarding society. Even accomplished potioneers typically attempt it only a few times in their careers, with successful batches considered major professional achievements. When properly brewed, a standard cauldron produces only about 50 milliliters of potion, enough for roughly 8 standard doses. Given that a single dose typically provides about 12 hours of enhanced luck, the entire 6-month brewing process yields approximately 4 days of effect. This scarcity has led to stringent regulations regarding its use. Felix Felicis is prohibited in organized competitions, examinations, and sporting events throughout the international wizarding community. The International Confederation of Wizards Potion Standards body maintains detection spells specifically calibrated to identify its presence, and penalties for competitive use can include lifetime bans and substantial fines. Beyond regulatory concerns, Felix Felicis comes with natural limitations that prevent its regular use. Taking excessive amounts causes giddiness, recklessness, and dangerous overconfidence. Repeated consumption can create a psychological dependency where users become unwilling to make decisions without the potion's influence. Most seriously, Extended use interferes with the body's natural magical regulation, potentially causing unpredictable magical discharges and deterioration of normal spellcasting ability. Throughout wizarding history, Felix Felicis has played pivotal roles in numerous significant events, though these are often discovered only years afterward through personal journals or testimonies. Historian Bathilda Bagshot uncovered evidence suggesting that Gifford Allerton, famous for slaying the giant Hengist of Upper Barnton in 1537, had consumed Felix Felicis before the encounter, explaining how a relatively ordinary wizard managed such an extraordinary feat. More recently, investigation into the early resistance against Voldemort revealed that several crucial Order of the Phoenix operations were conducted under the influence of Felix Felicis, including the successful evacuation of Muggle-born families in 1981, just before targeted Death Eater raids. Alastair Moody, typically suspicious of shortcuts and magical aids, reportedly made an exception for carefully timed doses of liquid luck during the most dangerous extraction missions. The most famous confirmed use in recent years was, of course, Harry Potter's strategic deployment of his prize vial from Professor Slughorn's class. By sharing the potion with friends during Lord Voldemort's first attempt to infiltrate Hogwarts, Potter demonstrated both the potion's remarkable effectiveness and an important ethical principle. Felix Felicis works not just for personal gain, but can extend its benefits to worthy collective endeavors. For the home potioneer who might aspire to create this legendary elixir, Professor Slughorn's advice bears repeating: desperately tricky to make, disastrous if you get it wrong. Most experts recommend beginning with progressively challenging potions that develop the specific skills needed for Felix Felicis. The patience required for brewing Polyjuice Potion, the precision timing needed for Dreamless Sleep Draft, and the ingredient preparation techniques used in strengthening solution all provide foundational experience for eventually attempting liquid luck. As modern magical researchers continue to study this fascinating potion, new variations have emerged that modify specific aspects of the original formula. The Japanese potioneer Takahashi Nori developed a modified version called Momentary Felicis that provides only 30 minutes of effect but can be brewed in 3 weeks rather than 6 months. Though less powerful than true Felix Felicis, this adaptation has found applications in emergency healing and crisis response. As our exploration of liquid luck draws to a close, we might reflect on what its existence reveals about the nature of magic itself. In a universe where fortune can be distilled into golden drops, where intention shapes reality, and where preparation meets opportunity in a shimmering phial, what other extraordinary possibilities might await discovery by those with sufficient patience, skill, and vision? Perhaps, as you drift towards sleep, you might consider which endeavor in your life would benefit most from a small golden dose of perfect luck, and what preparation you might undertake, magical or mundane, to create your own fortunate circumstances without the aid of Felix Felicis. Chapter 11. The Home of Bathilda Bagshot. Dwellings often embody the spirit of those who inhabit them, each room revealing something of the occupant's character, interests, and life's work. As our evening's journey continues beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, let us turn down a quiet lane in Godric's Hollow to explore a cottage both humble and extraordinary, the home of Wizarding Britain's preeminent magical historian, Bathilda Bagshot. Nestled on the eastern edge of Godric's Hollow, set slightly apart from the village center, stands a stone cottage that has witnessed centuries of magical history unfold. The exterior appears unremarkable by wizarding standards: weathered limestone walls partly covered with climbing roses, a slate roof patched in places, and windows of varying sizes that hint at expansions and modifications across generations. A low stone wall separates the small front garden from the lane, with an iron gate whose hinges have creaked welcomingly for visitors since before the International Statute of Secrecy was established. For over a century and a half, this modest dwelling was home to the extraordinary witch who chronicled wizarding history more comprehensively than any before her. Born in 1840, Bathilda Bagshot began her historical research in her 20s, initially focusing on medieval magical communities in Britain. By the time she purchased the cottage in Godric's Hollow in her mid-30s, she had already published several well-regarded papers on the formation of early wizarding villages and their relationship with nearby Muggle settlements. The choice of Godric's Hollow was no coincidence. As one of Britain's earliest wizarding settlements, with direct connections to Godric Gryffindor himself, the village offered both historical significance and a community where magical and non-magical residents had coexisted relatively peacefully for centuries. For Bagshot, whose historical approach emphasized the interconnection between wizarding and Muggle histories rather than treating them as entirely separate streams, this environment perfectly complemented her academic perspective. Upon crossing the threshold into Bathilda's home, visitors were immediately struck by the curious blend of domestic comfort and academic workshop that defined the space. The entrance hall, narrow but welcoming, featured a hat stand enchanted to adjust its height for visitors of varying statures, from the diminutive Professor Flitwick to Hagrid's imposing frame. Photographs of historical sites and notable magical historians lined the walls, their subjects occasionally slipping between frames to continue long-standing academic debates that had begun during Bathilda's lifetime. The heart of the cottage was undoubtedly the library study that occupied the entire eastern wing, an extension charmed to be considerably larger inside than the cottage's exterior would suggest. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined every wall, housing what many considered the most comprehensive private collection of historical texts in wizarding Britain. Works in dozens of languages filled these shelves, from crumbling scrolls in ancient Greek to pristine first editions of contemporary magical scholarship. The organizational system defied conventional logic, arranged instead according to Bathilda's unique conceptual framework that placed works in conversation with each other across time periods and geographical boundaries. Only the historian herself could navigate this labyrinth of knowledge with confidence, though she maintained a small self-updating index that provided visitors with the general vicinity of texts on specific subjects. At the center of this literary maze stood Bathilda's writing desk, a massive oak piece dating to the 17th century, its surface scarred by ink stains and burn marks from centuries of magical scholarship. The desk faced a large bay window overlooking her herb garden, positioned to capture the morning light that Bathilda preferred for her writing. A series of enchanted quills stood ready in crystal holders, each calibrated for different types of notation: research notes, correspondence, draft manuscripts, and final text. Above the desk hung a remarkable magical artifact, a three-dimensional timeline of wizarding history that Bathilda had created over decades of research. Golden threads connected events, places, and people in a complex web that adjusted and expanded as new information was incorporated. This visualization tool allowed her to identify patterns and connections across centuries that might otherwise remain obscured in linear historical narratives. The library also housed Bathilda's pensieve, one of the few privately owned specimens in Britain. Unlike more conventional models, hers featured modifications specifically designed for historical research. Memory strands placed within it could be filtered by location, date, or subject, allowing for precise examination of specific historical details without requiring complete immersion in the memory. This innovation proved especially valuable as Bathilda entered her elder years and found extended pensieve sessions increasingly taxing. Adjacent to the library, a cozy sitting room served as the space where Bathilda received visitors. Comfortable armchairs, upholstered in faded floral patterns, surrounded a perpetually burning fireplace, enchanted to adjust its warmth according to the season and the number of occupants in the room. A tea service, enchanted to maintain perfect temperature, stood ready on a side table, accompanied by a cookie jar that family friend Lily Potter had charmed to replenish itself daily with fresh ginger biscuits, Bathilda's favorite. The walls of this room displayed Bathilda's personal historical treasures: a fragment of parchment bearing Merlin's handwriting, a small vial of sand from the lost wizarding island of Atlantis, and most prominently, a family tree showing her distant relationship to Gellert Grindelwald. Bathilda never concealed this connection, believing that history required transparency from its chroniclers, especially regarding potentially biasing personal associations. The cottage's modest kitchen maintained a curious blend of magical convenience and historical authenticity. While a modern magical stove had been installed in the 1950s, Bathilda also preserved the original hearth with its iron pots and cooking implements, occasionally using these older methods to prepare recipes documented in historical texts she studied. Her herb garden, visible through the kitchen window, contained not only culinary plants but also rare magical specimens collected during research expeditions across Europe. The upper floor of the cottage contained Bathilda's personal quarters and guest rooms that hosted numerous distinguished visitors over the decades. The historian's bedroom was notably Spartan compared to the intellectual richness of her library: a simple iron bedstead, a wardrobe containing practical robes in subdued colors, and a nightstand stacked with whatever texts she was currently reviewing before sleep. The only decorative elements were detailed maps of ancient magical settlements on the walls, and a collection of crystallized potion ingredients arranged on the windowsill, their facets catching the morning light. More revealing was the guest room, that for several months in 1899 housed a young Gellert Grindelwald during his fateful visit to Godric's Hollow. Bathilda later preserved this room exactly as he left it, not from family sentiment, but as a historical record of the formative period when Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore developed their early plans and philosophies. The room contained bookshelves filled with texts on magical theory, several journals with pages torn out, the missing pages presumably containing the most controversial ideas, and a small writing desk where Grindelwald drafted early versions of the arguments that would later fuel his rise to power. Bathilda permitted serious magical historians to study this room under strict supervision, believing that understanding the intellectual origins of dangerous movements was essential to preventing their recurrence. This decision proved controversial among some colleagues who felt it showed inappropriate respect for Grindelwald's ideas, but Bathilda maintained that historical understanding required examining even the darkest chapters without sanitization. Throughout the cottage, evidence of Bathilda's correspondence with the wider wizarding world overflowed from drawers, folders, and cabinets. As the author of A History of Magic, the definitive historical text used at Hogwarts for generations, she received constant owls from students, educators, and researchers seeking clarification or offering new information. She maintained this extensive correspondence well into her 11th decade, personally responding to thoughtful queries while directing more basic questions to a self-answering index she had developed for frequently discussed topics. The cottage basement housed Bathilda's archive, a temperature-controlled space where she preserved original documents, artifacts, and research materials too delicate or valuable for regular handling. Specialized preservation charms maintained optimal conditions for parchment, textiles, and magical objects, while a complex series of cataloging spells allowed her to locate specific items within seconds. This archive represented one of the most significant private collections of historical materials in Britain, much of which would eventually be donated to the Department of Magical History at the Ministry following her death. As decades passed, the cottage began to reflect Bathilda's advancing age. Self-maintaining charms that once kept the space immaculately organized gradually weakened as her magical energy diminished. Dust gathered in corners, books migrated from their proper places, and the enchanted household implements became somewhat erratic in their functions. Despite offers of assistance from the community, Bathilda maintained a fierce independence, adapting to her changing capabilities rather than accepting help that might compromise her privacy or working methods. It was in this gradually declining state that Harry Potter and Hermione Granger found the cottage during their search for information about the mysterious symbol of the Deathly Hallows in December 1997. By this time, unknown to the wizarding community, Bathilda had already been killed and her body possessed by Nagini as part of Voldemort's trap for Harry. The cottage they entered was a disturbing shadow of its former intellectual vibrancy, dark, neglected, permeated with the odor of decay, both literal and metaphorical. The tragic events that unfolded there, Nagini's attack on Harry and the narrow escape of both young wizards, marked the nadir of the cottage's long history. For months afterward, the building stood abandoned, its remarkable contents vulnerable to the elements and potential looting. Only through the intervention of Professor McGonagall, who had been both student and friend to Bathilda, were preservation charms placed around the property until proper arrangements could be made, following Voldemort's defeat. In the aftermath of the Second Wizarding War, the cottage became the subject of considerable debate regarding its future. Some advocated for its preservation as a historical site related to both Bathilda's scholarly contributions and the pivotal wartime events that occurred there. Others, particularly residents of Godric's Hollow, expressed concern about attracting dark tourism to a village already receiving numerous visitors to the Potter Memorial. Ultimately, a compromise was reached that honored both Bathilda's legacy and the village's character. The cottage was carefully restored and transformed into a small research center housing Bathilda's library and archives. Access was limited to accredited magical historians and approved advanced students, preventing the site from becoming a general tourist attraction while ensuring the preservation of its intellectual treasures. A modest plaque beside the gate acknowledges both Bathilda's contributions to wizarding scholarship and the tragedy of her death, serving as a subtle marker for those who understand its significance without drawing undue attention from Muggle residents or casual visitors. The compromised solution reflects the village's enduring character as a place where magical and non-magical worlds coexist through mutual accommodation and respectful boundaries. Perhaps most fitting, the cottage's garden was restored according to Bathilda's original designs, with specific plants selected to represent different historical periods in Wizarding Britain. Each spring, white lilies bloom beneath the study window, planted originally in friendship with Lily Potter, maintained now in memory of both remarkable witches whose lives intertwined with the cottage's long history. Today, as one passes the unassuming stone dwelling on the eastern edge of Godric's Hollow, it appears much as it did during Bathilda's prime. Roses climbing the weathered walls, smoke curling from the chimney, lamplight glowing warmly through lidded windows. Behind that ordinary facade, however, new generations of magical historians carefully examine the extraordinary collection of knowledge assembled over one remarkable witch's lifetime, ensuring that Bathilda Bagshot's commitment to preserving and understanding the past continues to illuminate Wizarding Society's path forward. As our candle burns low and night deepens around us, consider how our dwellings become extensions of ourselves, repositories of our knowledge, and witnesses to our lives. What stories might the walls of your own home tell, and what treasures of wisdom or memory would future visitors find most revealing about the life you've lived within them? Chapter 12. The creation of a vanishing cabinet. Magical spaces hold endless fascination, particularly those that connect distant points through the fabric of reality itself. As our night of stories draws toward its close, let us turn our attention to a remarkable magical invention that combines sophisticated enchantment with elegant craftsmanship, a device whose purpose was noble in conception, but which has served both salvation and betrayal throughout its history. Tonight, we explore the intricate art and complex magic behind the creation of the Vanishing Cabinet. Unlike transportation methods such as apparition or portkeys that move the traveler through space, Vanishing Cabinets create a stable, permanent passage between two fixed points, a doorway through which the physical form passes intact from one location to another instantaneously. This distinction places them among the most sophisticated magical constructs in the wizarding world, requiring not only exceptional wand work, but also precise craftsmanship and a deep understanding of magical theory. The earliest documented Vanishing Cabinets appeared in the late 16th century, during a period of increasing tension between magical and Muggle communities that would eventually lead to the International Statute of Secrecy. Their creation is attributed to Aldemar Tweek, a furniture maker and enchanter whose workshop in Prague became renowned for magical furnishings that combined beauty with extraordinary utility. Tweak's inspiration reportedly came from a near catastrophe when a group of witch hunters surrounded the home of a magical family in his neighborhood. Observing their narrow escape through emergency apparition, which left behind an elderly relative unable to safely apparate, Tweak became determined to create an evacuation method accessible to all magical persons, regardless of their personal magical capabilities. The fundamental magical principle underlying vanishing cabinets involves what magical theorists call folded space, a concept that suggests physical space can be manipulated to bring distant points into direct contact without traversing the intervening distance. While this resembles the theory behind apparition, the crucial difference lies in creating a permanent, stable connection rather than a temporary displacement. Construction of a vanishing cabinet begins with the selection of materials, a process far more critical than in ordinary magical items. The wood itself must come from trees that have grown in places of magical significance, often near ley lines or in ancient magical forests, where ambient magic has permeated the very fiber of the material over centuries. Cabinet makers traditionally favor wood from oak trees that have been struck by lightning but survived, as these bear natural patterns of magical energy flow that can be incorporated into the cabinet's enchantment. The harvested wood must then age for a minimum of 7 years in a magically neutral environment, typically deep underground chambers, shielded from ambient magical influences that might interfere with the wood's natural properties. During this aging process, the wood is periodically treated with a solution of dittany, powdered unicorn horn, and essence of astrological alignment captured during perfect planetary conjunctions. This treatment prepares the material to hold the sophisticated enchantments required for transportation magic. When properly aged and treated, the wood is handed over to a master furniture maker, traditionally someone with both carpentry skills and significant magical talent. Unlike ordinary furniture that might be assembled primarily through magic, vanishing cabinets require primarily manual craftsmanship. Each joint must be hand-cut to precise measurements, with tolerances measured to the width of a nasal whisker. The physical construction creates natural channels for magical energy to flow through the finished piece, making proper craftsmanship as important as the subsequent enchantment. The cabinet's interior dimensions must conform to specific magical proportions based on advanced arithmetic calculations. These proportions create a natural resonance with the magical frequencies used in transportation spells. Even a deviation of 1/16 of an inch can create instability in the final enchantment, potentially leading to dangerous splinching or incomplete transitions between paired cabinets. Hardware components, hinges, handles, and locks present their own requirements. Traditionally crafted from goblin-wrought silver, alloyed with meteoric iron, these metal elements serve as anchors for specific aspects of the enchantment. The hinges, in particular, must be forged during a lunar eclipse and cooled in a solution containing powdered time-turner sand, creating metal that can withstand the stress of existing simultaneously in 2 locations during the moment of transportation. Once physical construction is complete, the enchantment process begins, typically requiring between 3 and 6 months depending on the skill of the enchanter. Unlike many magical objects that receive their enchantment all at once, vanishing cabinets require layered spellwork applied in precise sequence and timed to specific astronomical conditions. The foundational enchantment establishes what magical theorists call sympathetic resonance between the paired cabinets. This requires both cabinets to be initially located in the same place, their doors aligned precisely facing each other, creating a magical mirror effect. The enchanter must cast a modified version of the protean charm that binds the essential magical nature of both cabinets together, ensuring that changes to one will be reflected in the other. This initial binding is followed by spatial anchoring charms that fix each cabinet's location within the broader magical framework of reality. These anchors prevent the magical connection from deteriorating over time or distance, maintaining the precision required for safe transportation. The incantation, which remains a closely guarded secret among the few remaining craftspeople who create these devices, reportedly contains elements from ancient Egyptian transportation hieroglyphs combined with stabilizing phrases in classical Greek. The most delicate phase involves creating the actual transportation effect. Unlike the violent compression of apparition or the hooking sensation of portkey travel, vanishing cabinets must provide smooth, consistent transition between locations. This requires the enchanter to create what magical theorists call a non-space, a momentary pocket dimension that exists between the two cabinets, through which the traveler passes without experiencing the intervening distance. This non-space is formed through complex wandwork performed simultaneously on both cabinets by teams of enchanters working in perfect synchronization. Historical accounts describe this process as resembling an elaborate dance, with the enchanters moving their wands in perfect mirror patterns, while chanting counterpoint incantations that gradually weave the magical passage between the cabinets. Elder enchanter Perpetua Fancourt, who created several famous pairs of vanishing cabinets in the early 19th century, left detailed journals describing the sensation of this enchantment process. As the non-space forms, the very air between the cabinets seems to shiver, as though reality itself recognizes the aberration we are creating. The wood begins to sing with a note just beyond human hearing, but which resonates in the bones and teeth. When properly formed, golden light briefly outlines both cabinets before sinking into the wood itself, leaving behind only the faintest shimmer visible to those sensitive to magical auras. Once the transportation enchantment is complete, the cabinets must be tested extensively before being declared safe for human passage. Traditionally, testing begins with inanimate objects, proceeds to plants, then small animals, and finally volunteer human subjects, typically the enchanters themselves, who can address any minor issues that might arise during transit. A properly functioning pair of vanishing cabinets transports the traveler instantaneously. The experience is described as taking a single step forward in one location and immediately finding oneself emerging from the paired cabinet elsewhere, with no sensation of movement or discomfort. This gentle transition makes vanishing cabinets particularly valuable for transporting the elderly, the injured, or those who experience distress with other magical transportation methods. Throughout wizarding history, vanishing cabinets have served primarily as emergency evacuation devices for prominent magical families. During periods of anti-wizard sentiment or magical conflict, a strategically placed cabinet provided an escape route that required no active magic from the fleeing individual, an important consideration when protecting children, the elderly, or those injured too severely to perform transportation magic themselves. During the First Wizarding War, several families aligned against Voldemort installed paired cabinets between their primary residences and safe houses, allowing for rapid evacuation when Death Eater attacks were imminent. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement reportedly maintained a network of cabinets connecting regional Auror offices, allowing for rapid deployment of personnel during emergencies. The defensive value of vanishing cabinets was dramatically demonstrated during the incident at Borgin and Berks in 1992, when Montague, a student at Hogwarts, used a damaged cabinet to escape from bullies. Although the cabinet's broken state resulted in Montague becoming trapped in the liminal space between locations for several days, the incident illustrated how vanishing cabinets had become incorporated into the defensive architecture of the wizarding world. This same incident, however, would later reveal the potential for vanishing cabinets to serve more sinister purposes. When Draco Malfoy learned from the disoriented Montague that the damaged cabinet at Hogwarts corresponded to one at Borgin and Berks, he recognized the potential to create a pathway that would bypass Hogwarts' formidable magical protections. His subsequent repair of the cabinet and use of this connection to allow Death Eater's entry into the school demonstrated how even benevolent magical creations can be repurposed for harmful intent. The rarity of vanishing cabinets in modern wizarding society stems not only from the extraordinary skill required for their creation, but also from the specialized knowledge that has been largely lost. Following the Second Wizarding War, when the dangers of such unregulated transportation became evident, the Ministry of Magic implemented strict regulations governing their creation and use. All existing pairs of cabinets had to be registered, and new construction required extensive licensing and security measures. Today, the art of creating vanishing cabinets is preserved by only a handful of master enchanter craftspeople, most of whom work within the Department of Magical Transportation's Research Division. Their work focuses primarily on improving the security features of these devices while maintaining their utility for legitimate purposes such as medical transportation and diplomatic connections between magical governments. Modern enhancements to the traditional design include identification charms that permit passage only to authorized individuals, alert systems that notify owners when the cabinet has been used, and emergency shutdown enchantments that can temporarily sever the connection between paired cabinets if unauthorized access is attempted. The most sophisticated contemporary vanishing cabinets, such as those used in the secure transportation network connecting major magical hospitals, incorporate what magical engineers call conditional routing, the ability for a single cabinet to connect to different destinations based on specific activation parameters. This innovation allows emergency medical teams to transport patients directly to the appropriate treatment department by simply adjusting the cabinet's settings before use. From a theoretical perspective, vanishing cabinets continue to fascinate magical researchers because they represent one of the few permanent alterations to the fundamental fabric of space, unlike temporary transportation magic that returns to normal after use. The connection between paired cabinets represents a lasting manipulation of spatial reality, a small but significant reminder that the seemingly immutable laws of the physical world remain subject to sufficiently advanced magical intervention. For the everyday witch or wizard, however, vanishing cabinets symbolize something more personal: the enduring human desire to create connections between distant places, to ensure that those we care about are never truly beyond reach. In a world where relationships often stretch across continents, where families might be separated by necessity or circumstance, these remarkable devices embody the magical community's determination that distance need never mean disconnection. As our journey through the magical world draws to a close for tonight, and as sleep begins to weave its own gentle enchantment, consider the thresholds in your own life, the doorways, literal or figurative, that have transported you from one state of being to another. What would you create if you possessed the knowledge to craft your own magical passage, and which distant shore would you connect to your present harbor?